1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So good morning, everyone. Hope we are doing well. Karibuni sana. Welcome. I want to welcome all of us to our annual delegates meeting. This is the 27th annual delegates meeting that we're having today. So we want to begin just about now so that we can proceed with the program of the day. So those who are outside, the delegates who are still outside, we can usher them in so that we can start together, so that we are able to move together. So we want to welcome all of us to this forum today. I want to appreciate those of us who have come very early and have been able to join us early enough. This is very good. We appreciate that sacrifice. Karibuni sana. And we are happy and we thank God for giving us this opportunity to gather again yet another year just to celebrate his faithfulness, to celebrate what he has done, and to be able to look at the achievements that we have made together and collectively as we close the financial year. So I would wish to invite our patron to start us off so that we can be able to begin this meeting. Karibu sana. Let's give him a clap as he comes.
Bwana asifiwe. Bwana asifiwe. Greet on my behalf somebody next to you. Mwambie karibu kwa yeah. I wanted to open this meeting with a word of prayer, and I'm going to ask Pastor Delegates to come and pray. Start the meeting. Pastor Delegates is from Lloyd Talk.
Let's pray. Father in heaven, we bless you. You are the God of a calling a people unto yourself to govern with you, to carry on their shoulders the responsibilities of your people, to bring them to a higher level of life, a place of honor and nobility. And so today we come before you again in 2026, and we ask for your grace. Grace to lead in wisdom, in understanding, and in your fear, to bring about your intent and to download your design into the lives of men and women and children across the nations of the earth. And so today we ask for your presence. Guide us as we bring our hearts and minds together in order to hear you clearly and come out as people qualified and carrying your grace in bringing transformation and in creating an alternative way of life that brings you honor among the nations of the earth and causes your purposes to advance to the end. And so, upon each one of us who will share, who will speak, and as we interact, may life flow and bring about an elevation where there is depression, bring down the highs where there is pride and arrogance, bring about an equalization and a straight way that is not crooked, and interactions and relationships that are smooth, that enabled you to work among us according to divine timings, and to establish your government in this place, in this time, and in the jurisdiction that you have given us by your grace. We look up to you with joy and expectation for a successful day. We thank you and we bless you, and we pray this in Jesus' name.
Thank you. Sound check. I don't think I need this. I want to have my freedom. Yeah. All right. Again, Bwana Asifiwe. All right. I want to welcome all of us to our meeting this morning. We gather here as delegates, representing others that are not here today. And this is our 27th year since the beginning of the Kingdom Sacco. And I think one of the things that I would like to talk about is the issue of the journey of life. And we are talking of the journey of Kingdom Sacco for the last 27 years. And one of the issues that is very important is that we are able to follow something that indicates the purpose and the mission for which God started or called to existence the Kingdom Sacco. And therefore, we have gone through a journey, and we still continue to go through a journey. And as the founder of Kingdom Sacco, I know there was a mission. I know there was something. I know there was a purpose. I know we did not start Kingdom Sacco because we were intelligent. We started Kingdom Sacco because God spoke. And because God spoke, we took the step. And today, 27 years after that, we can see where we are. And be able to appreciate the far we have gone. But yet, this is not a rival. Because I know the Bible says in the book of Psalms that blessed are those whose strength is in God, whose heart is set on pilgrimage. And I think we are set on pilgrimage until we appear before the Lord in Zion. There is a place called Zion, the ultimate place where every one of us is supposed to go. And there is also a place called Zion for Kingdom Sacco, where Kingdom Sacco is supposed to arrive, a place which is a place of maturity, a place of ordained functionality within the body of Christ. I believe there is that particular place and position that we continue to pursue as we are moving forward. To find, God, what did you have in mind? So that we can be able to build in accuracy. And accuracy, when we talk about accuracy, we are actually talking of being aligned with God's will in heaven to be done here in the earth. That's the alignment. It's an alignment of God's purpose. What was his purpose? That we are aligned with that purpose, and we are moving towards that particular purpose. And also it's an alignment of God's nature and character, that actually we are aligned in the nature of God, that the spirituality will never cease in Kingdom Sacco, that will be characterized by the presence of God, and they're characterized by the connectivity with the heavens, and that is the distinction that we have as an institution that we must never lose. Is the most precious thing that we have, and the most precious thing that we must defend, and is the treasure that must be secured by every single one of us. It doesn't matter where you are, whether you are a member of Kingdom Sacco, whether you are a leader, whether you are a member of the board, there is a treasure that is at the very core that must be hidden. And that must be hidden from any attack of the enemy. And that is what the enemy would always want to attack. And once that is stolen, and once that is gone, once that is destroyed, which is actually the nucleus of our existence and functionality, then we lose everything. And that is why in a meeting like this, we always want to lay a foundation, a spiritual foundation, because God is the foundation of Kingdom Sacco. And that is something that we are not even ashamed of. We don't even shy from it. It's something we boldly declare. And it's something we boldly express. The forces of darkness will always want to make sure that you hide God under the table and you express other values. But we will never do that. Neither shall we submit to any one of them. We will always be able to display God here. That is our God. That is our flag, if you like. That we will not hide this particular flag. That God first. That God is the foundation. God is the beginning of Kingdom Sacco and the beginning of this life. And therefore, one of the greatest things that has been going on in our lives is actually to find God's mind. And also to find, God, what did you want? And that is my role as a patron, to be able to be a vision carrier. I carried the vision for Kingdom Sacco. That we are able to say, this is what God is saying. And that particular vision is not resident in me. It's resident in God. I'm just a channel. That even one day when I will not be there, there will always be somebody who will also be a channel, because after our lives, Kingdom Sacco continues to exist. And the vision and purpose of God continue to exist as we hand over from one generation to another. And that is our prayer, that we'll be able to see it many, many more years to come. And therefore today we gather in gratitude to our Almighty God for his continued grace, faithfulness, and guidance over the Kingdom Sacco for the past 27 years. His providence has sustained this institution throughout its journey and enabled us to serve our members with purpose, with integrity, and with impact. Now, the annual Delegates meeting remains a vital governance milestone in the life of our society. It offers us an opportunity to reflect to our progress, affirm our accountability, and align on the future direction of the circle. As we convene for this 27th ADM, we do so with gratitude for how far we have come and with a renewed commitment to the future. I sincerely appreciate all delegates, members, the board of directors, the management, and staff for your dedication and stewardship. Your support and active participation continues to strengthen this institution and safeguard its long-term stability as we are moving forward. Now, let me say something about strategic focus and sustainable growth. And I think one of the distinctions here is that we want to listen to God as we are moving forward. Sometimes people tend to separate God from their daily activities. But I want us to say that the operation and the functionality of Kingdom Sacco is in the context of God's purpose, God's mission of the body of Christ. And we are just a tool that God is building, that God is developing to be able to support and to be able to facilitate the forward movement of the body of Christ. And that is where we are. And therefore, as we stand here and we talk about strategy, it's not just coming out of brainstorming of people coming together. But there is also the speaking of God and a continuous speaking of God to us as leaders concerning where God wants the Kingdom Sacco to go. And when God speaks, we know he has spoken. And we sit down and find out how do we implement that. And therefore today, this is a very important meeting for us. Because today as I stand here, I want to be able to pronounce and to be able to declare the way forward as we are moving to the next phase. There is a discernment in the spirit that we have actually come to the end of one phase of Kingdom Sacco, and it's like God is activating and initiating us into a new phase that we want to make sure that all of us are aware and all of us are giving the support, prayer support, and every other kind of support that is required. Now, as part of our forward-looking strategy, we are redefining the focus of Kingdom Sacco. Now, understand, when we redefine the focus, everything changes. And because some of the things we started with in the beginning, we may have deviated a little bit, but the issue is that God is refocusing us and telling us this is what you're supposed to do. We are shifting from a model primarily centered on interest income from loans to one focused on holistic empowerment and transformation of our members through affordable credit and structured empowerment programs. And therefore, we are looking at more being involved in programs that we can be able actually to serve other people, or to be able to serve the members of the body of Christ. A key pillar in our renewed strategic focus is strengthening our engagement with the churches and faith communities by establishing Kingdom Sacco as a shepherding tool in the hands of the church leaders. This will be achieved through structured empowerment programs based on the discernment needs of members in the body of Christ. It is very, very important as members of the ADM that you are able to understand this particular shift, because it's going to be a major shift. I know we have always said that we want to focus on the churches, but for real, we want to start focusing on churches more seriously. And the issue is that the model that we have had before is where we have had the members making their savings, and out of those savings, we are able to offer loans to people. And then after we have offered those loans, then people are able to pay their interest, or they pay their loans with interest. And that is how Sacco has been able to make money. But there is a very clear direction from God about us, that this has to be able to shift a little bit. Now, not that we are abandoning that model, but we are adding another model that is going to be more primary than the others. And I want us to be able to understand this. For example, where we start, we have to grow, and there must be an expression of growth. And therefore, the next thing that we are talking about is we are telling our board of directors, we are telling our management, instead of just focusing on the interest that we are getting from the members, the Bible says that God has, a cattle in 1,000 hills belong to our Father. That's the Bible. And therefore, what we are telling the team to do is now, instead of just focusing on this interest, can you focus now to the 1,000 hills around there, where we are talking of 1,000 hills as some funds, external funds, that we can be able to access as well. I know this is possible because we have seen other organizations being able to do this. We have seen other organizations being able to access those kind of funds or those kind of programs, and then we are able to come and have programs directed to the issues of helping the pastors and the ministers to be able to shepherd the people that God has entrusted to them. I'm saying this because if you look at other financial institutions that we have, it's like they are also diversifying their functionality. That you find a bank, and this particular bank would be doing all kinds of other things, that the original things that they were doing becomes almost a secondary thing. It's a very small thing. Or even you look at, for example, our honored company of Safaricom, that we are all members. And today, well, us standard like a telecommunication company, today we are not sure whether it is a bank, whether it is in education, whether, it has all kinds of other things. And that's the direction we are saying. That can Kingdom Sacco leadership and management, we are requesting them that we can be able to go and look at the programs that can be able to help the women in our churches, the men in our churches, help us educate our children in different ways. Can you go there and hunt for the program, for funds outside there, and be able to come and minister to us, so that for sure you are actually standing as a shepherding tool next to the hands of the pastor. Now, yesterday we had a meeting here with quite a number of pastors and bishops from different parts of this country. And that was the discussion that we had yesterday, and I think we have agreed on the possible ways forward. And therefore, for the purpose of time, I may not spend much time here, but every one of us here will be able to see somebody whom we are going to call the pastor's brand ambassador, whom you can ask the questions, because many of them, almost all of us were there in that meeting yesterday. And also the associate patrons, you can ask them the questions concerning the things that we discussed and shared yesterday, so that I don't have to repeat all of them here. But that is one of the shifts that we want to have, a more focused shift on the churches. That churches can feel for sure that Kingdom Sacco is standing alongside me as I minister and serve the members that God has entrusted to me, that I have Kingdom Sacco here as a tool, as an angel sent to me by God. That's how we must be able to establish Kingdom Sacco, as a tool of shepherding that is available in the hands of every pastor that we have. The second shift that we have is that in our effort to focus on the churches, and in our focus to be able to make sure that the churches are organized, we personally as a patron, I know when God called me to be a patron of Kingdom Sacco, I am very conscious that that grace was supposed to flow to many others. And what we have done is to make sure that different regions have got an associate patron, that you do not need to come to me. And that is the design of life. That even when Jesus, as the Son of God, came in the earth, the Bible says that the purpose was that he may make many sons. He may be able to reach many more sons. So God sends one son, but he wants many sons. God calls Abraham, but he wants a nation. You know, that's how things go. That even when God calls Moses, he is looking for a nation to be led. And whatever grace that any one of us has, that particular grace is supposed to reach many other people. The Bible talks of a man called Abraham in the book of Isaiah. And it talks about that I called Abraham as one. But now there are many. When I called him, he was one. But now there are many. And that is the reality of life. That God called me as a patron of Kingdom Sacco. Gave me the vision. Gave me the grace and the strength to lead for the last 27 years. And I feel at 27 years, I need to have sons around me. And therefore, what we have done is to appoint associate patrons that are going to share this burden and be able to have this thing going on. And therefore, to support this strategic shift, we are expanding the patron's office by introducing associate patrons who will represent the patron in various regions across the country. The associate patrons are known to me as elders within the body of Christ that are filled with the Holy Spirit to share in the burden this burden with me. And that particular burden is the burden of establishing Kingdom Sacco as a tool of shepherding and making it available to the church leaders in this nation. The Bible says in the book of Numbers 11 verse 16 says, "So the Lord said to Moses, gather to me 70 men of the elders of Israel, whom you know to be the elders of the people, and the officers over them. Bring them to the tabernacle of the meeting, that they may stand there with you. Then I will come down and take with you there. I will make the spirit that is upon you, and will put the same upon them, and they shall bear the burden of the people with you, that you may not bear it yourself alone." And that is exactly what we have done. It is therefore now my pleasure and very humble duty to introduce to you the associate patrons of Kingdom Sacco, those that have been appointed to stand alongside the patron in giving spiritual oversight and the affairs of Kingdom Sacco. And when I call your name, I want you to stand where you are, and then we'll be able to see you. The first one is Bishop Frederick Obongita. Where are you? Are you here? I think he may not have arrived, but we are with him yesterday in the meeting, and he is the one who will be taking responsibilities over Western and Nyanza. And then we have Bishop Samuel Kipkirol is here. And this is my brother, and he'll be in charge of North Rift, Wasinigishu, Baringo, Nandi, Marakwet, and Bomet. Karibu sana. And may I request you to come here? I know you can stand a bit. Yep, by God's grace. And then we have Pastor Maceras Marietta. Please come forward. That one will be in charge of, Pastor Marietta will be in charge of Naivasha, Anikisi. I don't know whether Marietta is here already. Not yet. Okay. And then we have Bishop Michael Mambo. Is he there? Yeah, he's here with me. Karibu sana. All the way from Nakuru. And he'll be in charge. We have asked him to be in charge of Nakuru, Nyandarua, and Laikipia. And then we have Pastor Peter Legis, who is here to be in charge of Kajiado, Narok, that is South Rift. And we have Pastor Paul Kihara, and we have asked him to be in charge of Lamu and Tana River. And then we have Pastor Hebron Maganga, and we have asked him to be in charge of Taita Taveta and Kwale. And then we have Pastor Isaac Wambogo, and we have, he'll be in charge of Mombasa and Kilifi. And then we have Pastor Peter Kanyari, who will be in charge of Nyeri. Peter Kanyari is here, very good. And then we have Bishop Leonard Kahinga. We have asked him to be in charge of Kiambu and Muranga. And we have Pastor John Masharia. I'm not sure whether he is here. No. We have Pastor Stephen Macharia. Pastor Stephen Macharia, in charge of Ruaka, Banana, and Lemuru. Welcome. I see Bishop Marietta has come here, and we want him to just come forward. As I said, he's in charge of Naivasha and Kisii. And then we have Bishop David Kimani. We wanted him yesterday. He is in charge of that area of Juja and those other. He has they have a denomination, so we want him to be in charge of those. We also have Bishop Sami Gitari. I'm not sure whether he was here with us yesterday. Yes. We want him to help us in Nairobi. And also we have Bishop Shadrach Kimodo. He's not here today. Yeah, he got some things to do today. He'll be in charge of Mombasa, helping in Mombasa. And then we also have, in my central office here, we have a number of pastors that are going to stand together with me. And we have Pastor Joseph Kipchumba, Pastor Kefas Jogona, Pastor John Wanyinge, Pastor William Mwangi, and Pastor Samuel Mwangi. Can they come forward here? Very good. Hii ni timu ya wazee. Tuwapigie makofi. These associate patrons will serve as authentic ambassadors of Kingdom Sacco in their respective regions. They will work alongside pastors, brand ambassadors, to deepen engagement within church and community forums with the support of God's purpose and mission for Kingdom Sacco. And I wish to remind us of the solemn trust and sacred responsibility that have been placed upon us. We are the custodian of the vision. We are the custodian of the values as defined by the Word of God and the levels of integrity that is far above whatever any government or any organization may require. And therefore, in our regions, we want to make sure that this is actually met, that we become the light, we become the standard, that we can be able to present to the people God's standard, God's nature, God's character. And this is what God is calling us to do. Faithfulness must define our character, our decisions, and our conduct. It is also expected that you will serve with excellence, representing with integrity, and labor with diligence. Let our work reflect not personal ambition, but devotion to the mandate entrusted to us. And may we discharge this responsibility faithfully, wholeheartedly, and honorably. And therefore, I want us to pray for this team, and we want to charge them to be able to take the responsibility of eldership as we engage in the churches and as we engage to serve the body of Christ in a more focused manner, in a more determined manner than we have ever done before, as we usher Kingdom Sacco in the next phase of our existence. Let's stretch our hands and point your fingers to these people, and let us pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you and we bless your name this day. We thank you for your goodness that surpasses the understanding of any man, and even the description of any language. Your goodness has been to us from the very first day when we established Kingdom Sacco. We thank you, Lord, for you have been with us over the last 27 years. We have gone through valleys. We have climbed the mountains. We have seen all different kinds of expressions of your goodness. And today we gather here to thank you for all that you have done to us. We also want to thank you for each one of these people that are here as associate patrons. These are elders that God are known to me, and they are standing alongside me to be able to dispense the vision, the grace, the Lord you have accorded for Kingdom Sacco. And Father, with all humility, we come before you, and we are praying, God, for a new grace. We are praying, God, for a new level of wisdom and understanding that comes from you, that we shall be able to discharge this responsibility, this noble role that you are giving to us, in a way that brings honor and glory to your name. May we all become people that, God, you have chosen, though we are the ones that selected them. But my Father, is because you placed them in our hearts. And therefore we pray, the Lord, you are going to offer unique and distinct guidance over each one of them. And you are going to cause multiplication in the areas that each one of us has been accorded, has been assigned. And therefore we ask for guidance, we ask for leadership that comes from the Holy Spirit. We ask for new anointing and the power of the Holy Spirit as we are moving forward to be able, God, to offer services to the body of Christ. Our Father, may Kingdom Sacco become a symbol of your covenant with men and women that you have called in the ministry, that they may be able to find a tool that they can be able to use to shepherd your people and to bless your people, and also to secure them from the current harassment that is coming from the systems of the earth. Our Father, we thank you and we bless your holy name. Thank you for the membership of the Kingdom Sacco today. And we are praying, God, may you multiply us. May you lead us. May you bless us. May you guide us. We pray for the board. We pray, Father, for the management. The Lord, you will guide us with a new level of wisdom, new level of understanding, new level of loyalty to the mission, new level of loyalty to the purpose which you have called us. And therefore, Father, guide us and minister to us. We submit ourselves to you. We submit Kingdom Sacco to you. The next phase is greater than any other phase that we have ever done. And Father, we pray that you may help us and steer this particular vessel of Kingdom Sacco to higher levels of achievement, that we may honor honor and glory to you. Father, we thank you, we bless you. In Jesus' name we pray. Let's give the Lord a mighty clap. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Thank you very much. Asante sana. God bless you. Let's have a seat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Karibuni sana. Yep. Thank you, Bishop. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Karibuni. Tufanye kazi. Asante. After prayers, I want to convey my heartfelt appreciation to the board of directors. They have done a wonderful job. The management, the staff. I want to appreciate the delegates, members, and even all our partners that are present today. Your dedication, trust, and confidence in Kingdom Sacco remains invaluable. And as we step into this year's phase, the new phase that we have defined, let us combine vision with discipline, faith with diligence, and ambition with stewardship. And may we remain faithful to our mandate, wise in our decisions, and united in our purpose. And having said that, may God bless us, and may God lead us, in the new phase where we are going. We are a unique community. We are a unique organization that emphasizes God at the core of our functionality. God bless you, and God be with us today. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. So let's give the patron another good clap for that wonderful session that he has been able to carry us through. And indeed, Kingdom Sacco is shifting, and we are moving in a new direction. We really appreciate the oversight, the spiritual oversight that our patron is offering and giving us, because without that spiritual guidance, then Kingdom Sacco will not be able to take the trajectory that it's supposed to take. And so we are really, really grateful for that opportunity just to see and to hear what God is doing and how God is guiding us and leading us as an institution as we move forward. So as we continue with this session, I would want to just acknowledge some of the guests that we have with us, and just appreciate them for coming and for joining us today. Indeed, this is a very important day for us, and when we have our partners and the various people that we partner with joining us, it becomes a very, very important occasion for us to really appreciate them. So with us, we have our partners. We have Mensa Investments. Mensa Investments is our partner in land and housing. They're here with us. Just rise from where you are. We have Mercy and we have Alex. Karibuni sana, and thank you for joining us today. Thank you very much. So they continue to help us in terms of expanding the investment options for our members in terms of land and housing. We also have AAR Insurance. AAR Insurance is here. Karibu sana. That is David Akech. Thank you very much for being with us. We have Cooperative Bank. Cooperative Bank is here with us. Karibuni sana. That is Edmond and Edward. Asanteni sana. Thank you for joining us. We are really, really grateful for your presence. And then we have Family Bank. The Family Bank is here also. Karibu sana. That is Victor. Victor, asante sana for joining us today. Then we also have our internal auditors who are here. Our internal auditors, yes, thank you very much. That is Mark. Karibu sana, Mark Ombima. Then thank you for joining us today. We appreciate. Also, we have our external auditors who are here as well. Do we have Onesimus in the house? Oh, okay, he's outside, but he is also already here with us. They're here with us. To be able to execute this occasion today. And then we have KCB. KCB is also here with us. Thank you for joining us. Karibu sana. That is Mercy and your colleague, Karibuni. We are happy to have you here. We also have CIC. CIC Insurance is here. Karibu sana. That is McKenna. Thank you, McKenna, for joining us today. And then we have Faulu. Is Faulu here with us today? Faulu, yes, thank you very much for joining us. And then we have, I think lastly we have our administration, where we are in Githurai, the office of the chief. Our chief is here. Karibu sana. And we are also expecting, that is Chief Patrick. Chief Patrick Ngaruya is here. We're also expecting our ACC. I think she's on the way, isn't it? Yeah, she's on the way. Our ACC Githurai division also will be joining us. And it's good to appreciate when we have our partners, coming to just grace this occasion and to stand together with us. We really appreciate. So I think we would just want to also appreciate or recognize our staff members who are also with us here, and we have the management team. I would wish to first introduce the management team. They could just come closer where they are so that you can get to see them and appreciate them, together with the staff members. So we'd want to appreciate them as they are continuing to help us and coordinate our event today. So we have, I would wish the management could come closer. The management could come closer. Just come here. We get to introduce you to the delegates today. Karibuni sana. So with us we have our general manager who has just joined us recently. And that is Jane Stephen. You can just wave. That is Jane Stephen. She has joined us as the General Manager of Kingdom Sacco. So tumkaribishe kwa makofi mzuri, si ndio? Yeah, so she's coming in to bring in a lot of strength into the team from the wealth of experience in banking that she has a lot of experience, and we believe and hope that with her joining us, we will be able to move the institution much, much better. So we also have Miriam. Miriam is our HR manager. Karibu sana Miriam. We have Elizabeth Irongo, that is our ICT team lead. Then we have Peter Kimani Kamau, that is our BD manager. Then we have Wamboi Gitonga, our credit manager. And then we have George Masharia, our finance manager. So asanteni sana. Yeah, thank you very much. The rest of the staff, I think if they are there, we can just wave. Wengine wako kule nje, they are supporting. Thank you very much for your support. Without the support of this team, as the CEO, I will not be able to really move this institution. And therefore, I really want to appreciate them for standing alongside me. So also want to thank our delegates for coming today. And we have, our delegates have come from far and wide, from very far and wide, and they're all here. And we want to appreciate them for just gracing this occasion and making the sacrifice to come and to be able to join us today from the various regions. I believe also our chair will be able to introduce our delegates from the various regions. So today we want to just look at the performance, and we want to thank God for what He has allowed us to achieve this year. As an institution, we have been able to make milestones and to grow, not because of our own capacity, but because also of just relying on God and God leading us and guiding us. And so even as we present our reports today, we want to really just thank God for helping us and for giving us the grace and the capacity to be able to achieve and to make the achievements that we have achieved this year. And we are saying that it is not by our power, it is not by our might, but it is by the grace of God that we have come, the far that we have come. And we really want to thank God for that. It is because of His faithfulness, it is a testimony of His faithfulness that we have come this far. And also the collective effort by all of us, by every one of us, the members, the management team, the staff members, our delegates. It is our entire collective effort, including even the board, for giving us the necessary guidance to be able to move this institution to where we have come. And we celebrate God for the successes that we have made in 2025. We also celebrate God for the achievements we have made. And of course, there are also challenges that would have come across the year, and we were able to surmount them together because of moving together collectively as we move forward. Of course, the year has had various challenges, even in terms of the economy. Looking at the economy and the market conditions that we have, that have surrounded the environment that we have operated in. And we continue to thrive even within that environment where the conditions are not very conducive. When you look at the economic growth of the Kenya's economic growth, I think the economy was able to grow moderately, very moderately at a growth rate of 4.5%, and that really reflected, fiscal pressures, elevated public debt levels, constrained public sector credit growth, and those are the factors that affected the economy as it was able to grow moderately at 4.5%. In terms of governance, the governance environment, of course, there are challenges that are there. Corruption has continued to be a very, very big issue that is affecting investor confidence, so this is really the environment that we are building within. Kenya has been scored to be 30 out of 100 in terms of the Corruption Perception Index, and that continues to highlight the continued need for institutional transparency and accountability. And that is why in Kingdom Sacco, that is a very big emphasis, transparency and accountability, and that comes as a result of ensuring that we have the right people that are able to discharge the responsibilities that are given to us by the members. In terms of the private sector activity, again, we also had very modest expansion despite the higher taxations, elevated financial costs, and inflationary pressures that are affecting the business operations. In terms of inflation trends, we were able to have an increase, a gradual increase from approximately 3.3% at the beginning of the year, and by the end of the year, by December, the inflation was at about 4.5%. So that tells you that also the inflation is going high, the cost of living is going high, and remaining, and of course, it remains to be within the central bank's target, despite the various food and domestic cost pressures that have been there within the country. So despite all these conditions and despite these challenges, Kingdom Sacco and also the entire cooperative sector was able to remain resilient. It was able to demonstrate resilience, supported by a very strong member loyalty and increased demand for access to financial solutions. And I wish to just look at the performance now of the Sacco against that backdrop of the macroeconomic conditions, where Kingdom Sacco was able to deliver very strong performance, very, very strong performance, and we'll be able to look at the numbers just to appreciate how the performance has been, driven by disciplined financial management, technology adoption, and a growing member confidence. I think we want to appreciate our members for the loyalty and the confidence that we have continued to have in Kingdom Sacco, because without the confidence of the members putting their confidence in Kingdom Sacco, we will not be able to report such performance within this financial year. In terms of our financial performance, our total revenues were able to grow by 12.5%, and that is from 295 million in 2024 to 332 million in 2025. That is our total revenue. And if you're on the booklets, you'll be able also to see we have shared some graphs just to appreciate the way our growth, the journey in terms of our growth. And therefore, also in terms of, if you want to look at that growth graphically, you will be able to see, the trajectory of our growth. So when it comes to the revenue, you'll be able to see that within those graphs, showing that the institution has continued to have to really grow in terms of revenue. In terms of the net surplus, we were able to also increase. We increased by 17.2%, and that is an increase from 69.5 million in 2024 to 81.5 million, reflecting improved operational efficiency and sustainable growth within the organization. And then in terms of our membership, we were able to grow by 7.9%. That was it's a modest growth increasing from 12,608 members to 13,608 members. That's a growth of 1,000 members, which is really very modest. And I think as we discussed with our brand ambassadors and our associate patrons, we have agreed that these are numbers that we can be able to even double the membership, the current membership that we have when we work together, and to make sure that we grow the Kingdom Sacco membership exponentially. So I want to believe that with the structure that we are now putting in place to work with our ambassadors and to work with our associate patrons in the regions, and and even the members themselves, all our delegates, every member taking responsibility to grow the Sacco and ensuring that we are able to spread the word. Because you have seen the benefit, you have seen how Kingdom Sacco has benefited you as a member, and you are able to share that testimony with others. And that is how we get to grow the Sacco as we move forward, even as we look at other marketing initiatives that we are able to put in place. And therefore, we anticipate accelerated growth in 2026 through our targeted outreach and enhanced member engagement initiatives that we are putting in place. In terms of our loan book growth, the loan book grew by 16.3%. From 1.91 billion to 2.2 billion in 2025. And this demonstrated very strong demand for our credit solutions and continued member confidence. With a growth of 16.3%, I think that is a very good growth in terms of our loan book. For our deposits, we grew the deposits by 11.2%. We want to make sure that we can match the growth of the deposits also with the growth of the loan book, so that we can ensure that we are able to lend when the members require lending. We grew from 1.47 billion to 1.64 billion. And we want to continue to encourage our members to be able to embrace a disciplined savings following the biblical principle that is demonstrated by Joseph in the Bible in Egypt, where he was able to prepare he was able to prepare today to secure tomorrow. And we're asking our members and our delegates, as we go down to the members and our house leaders, let's encourage a disciplined savings culture, that we can grow more in terms of members putting in savings, because there is always, you save for a rainy day. You prepare today to secure tomorrow, and that is very important. Joseph was able to guide the government of the day in Egypt to save 20% of every year's harvest for 7 years of plenty, so that the other 7 years of scarcity, then the nation of Egypt was able to sustain itself. It was able to even provide. Even support to other nations. And you can imagine, just because of a disciplined savings culture that was demonstrated by Joseph in Egypt. And you can apply that principle, isn't it? We can apply that principle to make sure that we are saving in a very disciplined way. In terms of our asset growth, we grew our assets by 13.1%, from 2.16 billion to 2.44 billion last year. I think even from the graphs, you're able to appreciate the growth trajectory in terms of our asset base. The asset base is really what is able to show our overall growth projections, and you can be able to see, even compared to the other years, where the growth has really continued to go. Last year we grew by 5%, the other years 10%, and this year we went higher by 13%, and we appreciate God for that achievement. So we are strategically positioning the Sacco to attain a 3 billion asset base within 2026, with the support of our members, and through disciplined savings and prudent borrowing. So we want to believe and trust that with our support, we should be able to hit the 3 billion mark this year. I want to ask whether are we committed, all of us, to achieve that? Are we committed, isn't it? And I believe next year when we come here, we should be able to report that we have been able to get there, because it is our collective effort that will make us to get there as we continue to, all of us, to play our part. So that is our performance, just in a nutshell. And of course, the treasurer will be able to highlight more areas of our performance as we look at our financials. In terms of the key highlights for the year, some of the key highlights is that we have had member engagement forums that we have continued to have and to hold within the Sacco, just to engage our members, to ensure that we are having more awareness of our products and services, and also training our members in very specific areas to enhance, to give them tools, for financial literacy that allows them to be able to scale the businesses and what they are doing. So we've held forums with delegates, we've held forums with our house leaders, we also have held forums with the youth entrepreneurs, we have also held forums with high investors, and these particular forums have been very, very, very impactful to our members. I think we had meetings or forums or trainings for entrepreneurs last year. We invited quite a number, we invited the members, but I think we had a very low turnout, and we want to encourage our delegates and even our house leaders. Let's encourage the members to participate in those forums, in the various training and member engagement forums that we have, because these are places where we actually bring in experts to come and offer the training. I think we brought in experts to handle things like tax matters around succession planning and those kind of things that are really, really important to help you to be able to prepare and even scale your business to the next level. We also launched our Brand Ambassadors program last year. We were able to launch the Brand Ambassadors program. And the Brand Ambassadors, and that was in May last year, we were able to have ambassadors now representing different sectors of the economy. And yesterday we launched the Pastors Brand Ambassadors program, who are now also part of the larger Brand Ambassadors program. And we are cutting across all the sectors. There are those who are in education, those who are handling the areas of youth, those who are also focusing on the people in business. We also have our pastors helping us in the churches, and that's which is our main focus. And we continue to engage our ambassadors and really work with our ambassadors to ensure that we're able to expand outreach into churches, into professional networks, into business and community networks, that where we are able to ensure that Kingdom Sacco presence is felt in each of those places. And I think we have a testimony, from the ambassadors, and as we've been talking to all our ambassadors, we have seen, they have been able to share testimonies of what the Sacco has done and what the Sacco continues to do. And we are also working towards strengthening organic growth through trusted referrals, where even the members themselves are able to refer other people to join the Sacco, and that has continued to work very well, where we have actually seen even members who are not ambassadors, they are not officially in the ambassadors program, and even delegates who are not in the program. We have seen quite a number of you referring people to the Sacco, and I think that has been very, very commendable as we do that together. Just give me a second. Yeah, so we continue to engage our ambassadors and our members, and we want to encourage us to be able to really do the best, do our very best in spreading the word about the Sacco. We want to enhance brand visibility at the grassroots levels. We want to be able to increase member acquisition and momentum through this particular program. We also have worked a lot on our digital in transformation and technology and enhancements. We've done quite a bit in that area. And this is an emphasis for us as Kingdom Sacco, because we are using technology to ensure that members are able to access services from wherever they are. Access to services is very important, is very critical, that members do not need to come to our offices to access services. From wherever you are, at the comfort of your home, in your business, wherever you are, you should be able to access every service that we have at Kingdom Sacco, and we have continued to do that. And I think when you visit our banking halls, then the traffic is very low. Sometimes we just have 1 or 2, 3 members there, but members are very busy and engaging and doing their services out there and doing business through Kingdom Sacco, and that's something that we really appreciate. And one of the things we introduced last year is something we are calling the sponsored data. And this really is just to help to broaden or to help our members to have great access to our digital services, especially the mobile app. Without having to buy data, you're able to still use the mobile app of Kingdom Sacco. So that sometimes we noted that members are getting inconvenienced because you are just about to pay for services, you're on the queue to pay, and then you remember, I need to buy data, I didn't have a data bundle, you need to buy, you're on the queue, and then people are waiting and wondering, this person is not finishing to pay, so that the rest can pay, isn't it? And we want our members to have a very good experience, that when you're there and you're making your payments, all you need to do is just put on your data. You don't have to worry whether you have data on your mobile app, on your phone, as long as you're using Safaricom. We've partnered with Safaricom, and you can do your transaction and be able to avoid those unnecessary delays or even unplanned data costs that you had not actually planned to buy. And I think that is a big milestone that we have been able to provide to our members. We also enhanced security controls on our mobile app, just to make sure that we provide more security enhancements. We ensure that there is protection of your transactions and your financial activities, and this really is just also to ensure that the member confidence in using these services is elevated. So we want to guarantee our members that your transactions are very, very secure. Very, very secure. We have continued to put a lot of investments around security to make sure that the channel we continue to transact with Kingdom Sacco. We have also expanded deposits through KCB, all these integrations, just to allow our members to be able to have that kind of flexibility. Whichever agent is near you, whichever branch is near you, if you have an account also with those banks and you want to transfer money to Kingdom Sacco, you can just do it at the touch of the button through the various channels that those banks are offering, including their mobile applications, and you can transfer money to Kingdom Sacco very, very seamlessly through those channels. We also introduced cardless withdrawals through Cooperative Bank, and just to ensure that we also reduce reliance on the cards. Sometimes people forget the cards, isn't it? You could be you want to go and do to access money, but you want cash and you forgot your ATM card with you, and so you can be able now to use the mobile app and be able to do the cardless, get a code, go to the ATM, and it gives you money, it gives you cash, and you didn't have to use the ATM card. So you use a cardless option, and that is very, very convenient to our members. Also, we've continued to do a lot of improvements and continuous optimizations of our systems to ensure that we improve stability, we ensure that our transactions are processing faster, and also to enhance the overall user experience. And I want to believe that these are things we have seen. These in terms of how our services, when you're using especially our mobile app, the transactions, the processing speeds, we have been able to improve that. The OTPs, if you're logging into the mobile app and the OTP comes in very instantly, those delays have been reduced significantly so that our members have greater convenience as they are accessing services. The other aspect, we were able to also introduce solar. We were able to engage in a solar project, which was a big milestone for us because where we are in Githurai, we have a lot of power instability. That is with the Kenya Power, and that really used to affect our services a lot in terms of sometimes causing downtimes, because when the power is out, and especially if it's out for long, maybe the generators are tired and all that, we will have sometimes we'll have challenges with the power, and therefore having installed solar, that really helped us to significantly enhance the operational efficiency. We don't have any more service interruptions that are resulting on power issues. We have put up a very robust solar system that is able to use the God-given energy, and we are able to power the institution day and night. We are able to power the institution day and night, and without any power interruptions. And so that also really helped us to significantly reduce the previously high cost of electricity. We'll all attest that electricity costs are very high, and therefore we're able now to make sure that cost can now go into helping improve services for our members. And I think that is something that we really appreciate very much to have been able to achieve. And of course, that also marks a very important milestone in our sustainability journey in terms of embracing green energy, our commitment towards green energy, and being able to enforce environmental, social, and governance principles that we endeavor to achieve. In terms of KMRC partnership, I think we spoke about this even last year. We were pursuing the partnership with KMRC so that we could ensure that our members have access to affordable housing solutions, or affordable housing financing at single digit. And we were able to achieve that. We were able to roll out that partnership last year. And quite a number of our members have actually benefited. Our members, those of you who have come for affordable housing loans, you've been able to now benefit at 9.5% interest rate on your housing home ownership loans. And we are continuing to work with KMRC to increase and to have more financing. And also we are exploring additional collaborations. We want to look at what are other additional collaborations we can be able to have with, to be able to expand those funding options that we can get, because we really, that is the direction that we are looking at. The cattle in the 1,000 hills, we are looking at how we can access these finances for the benefit of our members to be able to extend more affordable credit or lending to our membership. We also engaged in CSR activities, and we were able to ensure that we are engaging in activities that are creating community impact, so that we demonstrate our commitment to social transformation through targeted CSR initiatives. So we had initiatives like feeding programs, for which we were able to have for vulnerable street families. We were able to have a program through partnership with some of our partners, and we were able to really engage and ensure that those vulnerable families, street families, were able to actually get some support through that kind of partnership. We also supported the Bible Society of Kenya in advancing Bible distribution, and we were really happy to be able to support that. That is a very noble purpose, to ensure that the Bible reaches to as many people, and especially these were schools, students in schools, to be able to access Bibles. And we also supported families that were affected by the Mwihoko plane crash. I believe we all saw that in the news, isn't it? We had a tragedy in Mwihoko. Mwihoko is within really our neighborhood, and we went in there to stand with the victims that were affected with that plane crash. We were able to ensure that the students that were affected, we provided stationery for them. Some of them were about to do exams, and so we had to stand with those families to be able to make it through. And we also were able to support youth empowerment initiatives through local sports. And this is also an area that we are really looking at, because the young people are in sports. They are there in the sports, and that's where we can get them. We are working with our ambassadors in that area, in the area of youth and sports, so that we can access the young people in that area. I think last year we were able to work with some boxing, the boxing sports group in Githurai, and we want to do more of this as we move forward. And we want to believe that even as we realize our foundation, the Kingdom Sacco Foundation, we'll be able to do a lot more community impact initiatives that we are looking at putting in place within the year. Product innovation and financial inclusion. We are introducing new products, and also there's those that already we have started rolling out. And this is just to ensure that we are able to provide more coverage of products and solutions to our members in different segments of the economy, so that we can support every segment. We're able to support the needs of our members in every segment. We have the Ujenzi loan product that we have rolled out, and this is for supporting the rental housing construction, people who are doing rental housing. I think now we have the opportunity to help our members to advance in those investments. We also together with that also is the rent collection advance. We're calling it Boresha Rent Collection Advance, where we will be able to ensure that if we have an agreement, your rent as a landlord is coming through Kingdom Sacco, and we have those agreements, we're able to also give you some advances to help you with the management of those properties. Green energy financing. Again, that's another area we are looking at as a strong area, so that we can finance green energy solutions, members to be able to put solar systems, biogas, and those kinds of renewable energy solutions. We want to be able to go very, very big in that area. Retirement, we are looking at our members who are retiring, and we noted that those members who are retiring, after they retire, they are not able to continue making or saving with this because they don't have income. But then so some of them are preferring to exit because now I can't save, and therefore I want to now just get my money and go and eat my money in retirement. So what we are doing is, with the retirement or the Retire Smart product, which we'll be rolling out, is that once you retire, you are able to retain your deposits within the Sacco and access it over time, slowly, maybe with like 10 years, 15 years. We come up with a drawdown schedule where you can access that money. It continues earning you interest, like just the same way with the interest like we'll be declaring today. Those savings will continue earning that interest over the years as you continue to access that money in your retirement period. And that is something that we really want to help, and especially even for everyone, because when you know that you're saving for retirement, you actually put more into your savings, isn't it? Because your savings eventually become your retirement. It's your retirement package at the end of your active, income generating life. And now you're in retirement. Your savings at the Sacco becomes your retirement funds that can help you to be able to go through the retirement period, and that becomes very, very important, that we can be able to give that access. We also rolled out the dividend advance product. Some of you already enjoyed your dividends, part of your dividends before we have declared, before we release them after this ADM. Through the dividend advance product, just to help, especially to access those funds maybe when you need them most, especially when you're taking kids to school. That is the time probably you need that money more. and therefore we made it available to you so that you can access that through the mobile app. Also, we will be introducing Kilimo, that is the agribusiness loans, women empowerment financing solutions. We will also be introducing some golden moments, goal-based savings. We want to really go into goal-based savings. Goal-based because every member has, you have different goals. You want to be able to have certain goals. You want to be able to plan for things like anniversaries, things like holidays, and those are things that you can be able to plan for, ensure that you save with that goal in purpose, in mind, and being able to achieve that goal and saving for those milestones, life milestones. So I think those are the products that we are going to, some of them we've introduced, some of them we are now going to roll out, and we want to request our delegates to look out for these products when you roll them out. We'll be giving more details as we roll out, and we will be able to partner with our members, our delegates, our house leaders to make sure that our members benefit with these products. In conclusion, I wish to extend sincere appreciation to the patron and the board for their visionary leadership. I think we have very, very good leadership, very good leaders in the board, and also our patron. We want to really appreciate for giving us vision, allowing us to see the strategy and how we are going to move this institution forward. I also want to appreciate the management and the staff. I think we have introduced them for their commitment and professionalism in building the institution. Also, we want to appreciate our members for their loyalty and your continued confidence in Kingdom Sacco. I think when I said that we could not have achieved what we have achieved without the loyalty and the confidence of our members in Kingdom Sacco. And we really want to appreciate that. And as we move forward, we do so with confidence, energized by divine purpose that continues to guide this institution as assured in the book of Ephesians, chapter 3, verse 20. And I want to read this in the TPT version, the Patron translation. It says that never doubt God's mighty power to work in you and accomplish all this. He will achieve infinitely more than your greatest request, your most unbelievable dream, and exceed your widest imagination. He will outdo them all, for his miraculous power constantly energizes you. And we are trusting God and we are believing God that we are energized by divine power. Through divine power, we are energized to achieve even more than what we could imagine, what we could try even to think as individuals. We believe that we can take this institution to higher levels beyond what we can even comprehend in our own minds. And that is because of trusting in God, putting our trust in him, and working collaboratively to be able to achieve this. So with this assurance, we move forward, united in vision and in purpose, confident that the future of Kingdom Sacco holds even greater possibilities as we continue transforming lives, empowering people, and building sustainable prosperity for generations to come. So thank you very much. That is the CEO report. And want to really appreciate all of us for being here. I don't know whether we have any other guests that may have come so that we can recognize them if they are there. If you have any other guests that have come, I think it will be good to just recognize. You could, if there is a new guest, all right. I think there is no new guest that has joined us, and so we want to appreciate really what God is doing. So thank you very much, and I want to now to welcome the chairman to be able to share his report. Asanteni sana. Oh, sorry, the supervisory chair. Sorry, the supervisory chair. Asante, asante.
The patron, the nominating committee, the board, the Ministry of Cooperation, Cooperatives representative, and the delegates. Good morning. Good morning once again. I was seated next to someone who told me that as the chair was giving his report, he kept on mentioning a few acronyms. And we were not sure if everyone got the acronyms. So I would like just to do a test run to see if I introduce any more acronyms, they are going to be fitting. There's an acronym called KMRC. Did you hear that word? How many of us know the full name of KMRC? Lest we, the chairs here, give a report that is not being communicated well to our members. How many of us know the full term called KMRC? Okay, one. Maybe you just want to stand up and tell us in full for the sake of the whole delegates team. Kenya what? Over the table behind. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Corporation.
Yes. Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Corporation. And I think we say that it's important to just to be able to go through some of these things. We may want to assume that maybe it may be common knowledge to all of us, but then actually it's different. And so pardon us if we use some of the acronyms you're going to be using. In case you're not very sure of them, feel free to just engage the person next to you. So I will go ahead to present to you the Supervisory Committee report. Before that, I'd want to just mention that the Supervisory Committee, we are a team of 3. Unfortunately, my team is not here with me today. Reason one is that one is out of town. She's currently in Eldoret, that is Matilda. Work related, she's in Eldoret right now. And David basically is unwell, and so he couldn't make it for this particular meeting, but essentially they pass their regards. They are online and basically tracking this particular meeting. So as a supervisory committee, we have got 4 mandates. Mandate number 1 is to be able to review the finances and financial statements of Kingdom Sacco. Number 2 is to monitor the performance of the board and management. Number 3, compliance with the regulatory requirements. And of course, be able to assess the risks and the risk management. Basically, that is the mandate we have, and we've been carrying out this for the year 2025. And to that extent, we would like to, as a committee, we would like to take this opportunity to appreciate the Office of the Patron, the board, the management team, staff members, the delegates, for the opportunity you gave us to be able to fulfill this particular mandate. I think it is important for us to be able to say that as a society, as a faith-based society, the aim of all this, the 4 pillars that you're supposed to be able to look at, they're purely aimed at ensuring that the interests of the society and its members are well protected. And I think when we go through the report, you'll actually discover that as a society, we basically are doing well. Our operations are done professionally, and of course also with the spiritual oversight we are getting from the Office of the Patron. And so we should be able to have confidence in Kingdom Sacco as our own society. So I think I'll proceed to be able to give my report on governance. A key highlight for the year 2025 was the strategic hiring of Joel Saitoti. I think for those of us who may have been here last year, you may have discovered that we had an acting CEO after the departure of the previous CEO, that is Agatha, and now we have Joel Saitoti in as the CEO. And as the new CEO of our society, we commend the nominating committee and the board for their careful selection of the CEO. The transition and onboarding were well done and critical to providing stability and inspiring confidence among our staff, members, and stakeholders. The growth of the society is anchored in the independence and interdependence of the entire governance structure, a critical factor that has and must always be maintained. I think when you look at the reality of Kingdom Sacco and what makes Kingdom Sacco special is that the office of the patron, the nominating committee, the board, the supervisory committee are able to essentially be able to work together to ensure that Kingdom Sacco is able to achieve its desired mandate. These are not different functions that are out to cannibalize each other for the benefit. No. The issue is that we have some level of independence, each committee, and at the same time, we are interdependent to ensure that our work is executed as required. And I think when we are doing the overall check at the supervisory committee, we were able to basically pick this and be able to say that the level of interdependence between the different committees is astounding, and we only ask that this be able to be maintained and even become better with time. When you go to the issue of finances and financial statements, the committee reviewed the finances and financial statements for the period based on the NPL's performance, that is the non-performing loans performance. The society is mandated to make adequate loan provision, which impacts the society's overall performance. So if we have more and more people defaulting or not being able to repay their loans as expected, you can be assured that the society also in other aspects, they are required to be able to make provisions for the non-performing loans. And so I think even as we ask the board and the management team to be able to scale up growth and impact, we'd also like to ask our members to help the board and the management team in terms of working towards repaying their loans. We are in full appreciation of the challenges that may exist, but then we ask the members to recommit to repaying the loans as required. We appreciate that we are currently in tough economic times, but the society has mechanisms to help members be able to navigate this. Just as you take a loan and at times life happens and you're not able to make a repayment, I believe there is a way you can be able to have a sit down with the society, the management team, and the staff to be able to find a way out to be able to repay it either slowly or maybe be able to get different formats of making the payments. And so I think even as we task the board and the management team to be able to do this, also we as members and as delegates can be able to encourage our members to be able to look at this, because essentially it still affects our overall performance. When we look at issues to do with compliance and risk, in 2025, the society worked closely with both the new internal and external auditors. In 2025, we got a new team for the new auditors and the external auditors, the supervisory committee and the SASRA. The society has done well in engaging its various stakeholders. When I say it has done well, it basically to mean that the level of engagement between the society and the internal auditors, the external auditors, and even SASRA at large is well done. And so there is some level of engagement that basically makes sure that SACCO is basically running on sound principles. That said, the board and management team have been working on updating some of the policies to ensure the society is well guided throughout its operations. Of course, policies basically are geared towards telling the society how things should be done. And so as the environment changes, also it is imperative upon them to be able to ensure that they keep on updating their policies to be able to speak into the current need. I think today, as we listened into the patron's speech, one of the things you could easily pick was that with the onboarding of the associate patrons, a policy around that space needs to be able to be well established to ensure that everything is able to happen as expected. And so we believe that the board and the management team are putting measures in place to ground these nice projects that are coming up for the betterment of the society. We ask that the board and management team to ensure proper training and cascading of the policies, not only to staff, but also to members. It is imperative for members to be able to know how things basically are running within the society so that it removes some level of second guessing and it gives members the surety of the kind of service they are supposed to be able to expect. While the board and management team are working hard to bring down the NPL further to an acceptable level, there is need to rethink current strategies and their reliance on the current model. Considerations for programs that can provide cash flows and generate interest will be welcome to cushion the society from having to depend on loan interests. And I think on this particular issue, I would really want to appreciate the office of the patron for picking it up and being able to just give us the initial program that is going to be able to leverage the society into its next level of growth. And the dependence on the interest on loan as it is right now, it seems like it may not be the way to go. It is one of the things that benefits we have as a society, but then now we have to be able to think. And I think from the speech delivered to us in the morning by the patron gave us a view into Kingdom Sacco as being a tool to be used by the pastors, to be able to pastor the churches. And I think as he was giving a speech, one of the things I told myself was that when you touch the church, which industry haven't you touched? If Kingdom Sacco was to minister to a church today, which industry will not be ministered to? Churches nowadays have schools, isn't it? So when you're pastoring a particular church community and they have a school, automatically they are taken care of. If that particular church maybe has got some hospitality arm to it, if you're pastoring the church, you get to also pastor the hospitality arm of that particular community. And so I think as we look at this particular issue of having other programs that cushion our dependence on loans and loan interests, I think it is highly welcome. And of course, now this is to the board and the management team, the requirement to be able to perfect our systems and be able to perfect our structures for the next level of growth that we are about to envision. Also, in terms of growth, from the books we have, this last year we had a growth of 7.9%, and I think we can task maybe the patron and the associate patrons that for the year 2026, we may want to be able to see an increase, a leap from the single digit to a very strong double digit. I don't know if that will be it for our patron and the associate patrons. I think if we can be able to grow from a single digit growth to a strong double digit, that will be highly acceptable. As the board and management team review their strategic 2027-2031 strategic plan, it will be helpful to see the development of clear focus areas to address this particular issue. I think this year, the board is supposed to be able to review, sorry, I need to correct that. It's 2026. 2026. We will correct that at the point at which we are supposed to be able to adopt the report. It's supposed to be strategy 2026 to 2031. As we do this, some of these ideas, very noble ideas that have come forth, we should be able to capture them and be able to provide a platform for their establishment. I think that said, I would want to appreciate each and every one of you for coming and thank you for your ears. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. How are you all? Yeah, very well. This is good to once again come here and have the annual delegates meeting for Kingdom Sacco. This being the 27th annual delegates meeting. So we are all very glad to be here and to ensure that the Sacco continues, the role of the Sacco continues to be performed, and even the emerging roles that we are supposed to be fulfilling continues to get done as per God's plan. And so we are very, very appreciative to God for the opportunity to continue bringing Kingdom Sacco to where it is, and to really thank everyone. So I think all protocols observed. We have the quorum that is necessary to have these annual general meetings. We have over 100 delegates in attendance, and then we have also a few delegates online. And I maybe the media team can confirm to me how many delegates are online, but we have a few delegates online, and we have the rest of us, over 100 of us, and therefore I can confirm that we have the requisite quorum for having this meeting as required. Yeah, so I want to take this opportunity to welcome all the delegates, very, very important people to Kingdom Sacco and to all of us from the various regions. We have some delegates online, but we have a lot of other delegates here from different places. I always like recognizing delegates from outside Nairobi and Kiambu region. They are usually very close in our hearts. The sacrifice they make to be here is very commendable. Can I request the delegates from Mombasa and the Coast region to stand up so that we can see you? Mombasa and the Coast region. Yeah, let's give them a clap. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you. Can we recognize the delegates from Naivasha region? Naivasha and Nakuru. Naivasha and Nakuru. Thank you. Thank you very much, and most welcome. Then let's have the delegates from the other section of North Rift, Eldoret, Bungoma, and that side of Western Kenya. Let's see how many are here. Very well, very well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and welcome. I know there are other delegates from the other regions, the eastern side, the other part of Rift Valley. So if you are here as a delegate and you are not from Nairobi or Kiambu region, please stand up. And if you're not from the other regions that I have mentioned, let's see the other delegates. If you're not from Kiambu or Nairobi or the ones who had stood up. Yeah. Give her a clap. Thank you very much. And she can say from where? From Machakos. Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. And also delegates from Nairobi and Kiambu region feel most welcome. Let's give them a clap. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I also want to recognize the board members. The board members are here. I will allow them to stand from where they are. So this is the team we have worked with this year, and actually for a couple of years we've not had a change of board for a couple of years. So we really want to appreciate this team for working alongside me and working alongside the management team and the Office of the Patron to steer the Sacco to where it is today. So on my right here is Magdalene Godo, who is Secretary to Kingdom Sacco. And next to her is Rose. Rose Gure is the Treasurer. Allow me to complete the cycle of ladies. On the far right is Esther Dongo. Esther Dongo is one of the board members. Thank you, Esther. And next to Esther, we have Mercy Kimani. And next to, let's come to, looks like the gentlemen decided to sit on their own and the ladies on their own. But that's not how we work together. Yeah, so we have Robert Kamoshe. And next to Robert is the Vice Chair, that is Fidelis Musioka. And next to Fidelis is Solomon. Solomon is next to Fidelis there. And next to Solomon is Francis Kamudia. So this is the team we've been working together with. Very good team, effective, wonderful team. We work together even with management, and I want to appreciate them for the work they have done in the past 1 year. So thank you very much. Yeah, I know this is not in the protocols of introduction, especially in a forum like this, where it is a formal, legal ADM, but allow me to introduce one more person that is very important to me, and that's my wife, Dorcas. Yeah, so thank you very much, and thank you for being part of this today. We really appreciate. And I hope that is not recorded in the minutes. Yeah, so let me just go straight into the report, the chairman's report, in brief. I know the CEO has covered quite a good chunk of what is to be reported to the annual delegates meeting, and we just have a few things to continue. I'm grateful to God for his continued grace and faithfulness upon Kingdom Sacco. And we are saying that this is the day that the Lord has made, and we will rejoice and be glad in it, even for being able to be here. It is with gratitude and a strong sense of responsibility I welcome you to the 27th ADM. On behalf of the board, I sincerely thank our members, delegates, house leaders, partners, and stakeholders for your unwavering trust and support. Your confidence continues to anchor the stability of this institution. Today we reflect on our 2025 performance, evaluate our governance responsibility, and align on the next phase of strategic action. On financial performance, it's been very well detailed by the CEO, but despite the economic pressures, which I think we are all aware globally and even within the country, including high taxation, inflation, trades, and reduced disposable income, Kingdom Sacco demonstrated resilience and stability, and we were able to achieve stable revenues and preserved our surplus. We continue to have sustained member confidence. We've continued to onboard new members into the Sacco, and we have continued to strengthen our liquidity and risk management controls. This performance reflects sound governance, disciplined oversight, and prudent management. The board ensured that we navigated economic challenges through strengthened credit appraisal and loan recovery frameworks, which I know was part of matters arising in the last annual delegates meeting, enhanced liquidity preservation, operational efficiency, and more so digital adoption to improve service delivery, introduction of new and member-focused products. In affordable housing, we were able to take the very first steps of being able to get cheaper funding from the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, as had been mentioned. And this was just the very beginning. And we were able to have a good number of our members starting to benefit by getting loans for housing at single-digit interest rates. And this is something that we want to pursue more significantly, even as you had the Patron saying, that if we can have our members getting single-digit loans for some of these key areas of interest, like housing, it will be something that we feel that we are empowering our people through that. So I think I have talked about that. On loan recovery, strengthening loan recovery frameworks. So to safeguard member deposits and maintain portfolio quality, we enhanced our loan recovery mechanisms through early intervention strategies, structured member and guarantor engagement, legal and collateral enforcement where necessary, staff accountability on credit management, and while empathy remains important, the board is committed to accountability and financial prudence to protect the society's stability. And I think on that one, if you recall our last ADM, we promised to continue working on the non-performing loans, which was a concern to the delegates. And this is something that we continue working on. And we've seen our NPA ratio reducing from above 20 to about 15% by the close of this year. And as I've said here, it's a mix of enforcement and activities that helped our members to recover from the situation of maybe business failure or the very situations that cause people to have challenges in loan repayment. So, and what we've always said, even as we make this progress, is that we want our members to engage with us so that we walk together the journey and ensure that we keep the non-performing loans as low as it can possibly be, while at the same time ensuring that we help you continue with your business or with your undertaking that you have. And sometimes we have this being a painful approach, but I think it is always a balance between us maintaining a stable institution and lower NPL and helping the members navigate through their difficult situations. And I think for all of us, I mean, it's common knowledge that as a country, we've had various financial difficulties. As I mentioned, lower disposable income. Some of these challenges are well understood, but we navigate through together to ensure that both you and the Sacco get into a win-win situation. Our partnership with Mensa continues so that we continue to empower the members who want to look for housing or acquire land, and not just with Mensa, but with other partnerships. And I believe that in this year, we are going to see us having more partnerships, especially within the line that our patron spoke about in terms of our strategic shift and direction, where we are saying that we want to have more partners to just diversify our funding capabilities. And even as we activate, we are continuing to activate the Kingdom Sacco Foundation. I think those are some of the things that we are looking to do to diversify our funding base, and with that, then we are able to provide better, affordable services and products going forward. And I believe that we'll be able to work together. So let me go to the issue of leadership and governance and the board. The board successfully appointed Joel Saitoti as a CEO now on a proper appointment, following a transparent and competitive recruitment process conducted in compliance with the regulatory requirements. And I'm happy to say that his appointment is approved by the regulatory authorities. So the board remains confident in his leadership capacity to drive the society's next growth phase. We also reaffirm our unwavering commitment to high standards of corporate governance, including clear separation between the roles of the board and management, strong internal controls and risk oversight, regulatory compliance, even as we deal with the challenges that face SACCOs across the country. We are cognizant of them, and we continue to ensure that we comply. And I think as we stand, Kingdom Sacco is in compliance with all the regulatory requirements that are set aside by the regulator, whether they are financial ratio compliance, whether they are governance compliance requirements, whether they are technology-related security measures. We have ensured that all governance, financial performance, technology issues, and how we run the institution is in line with the expected compliance requirements. And as we always in Kingdom Sacco, we want to go over and above that to ensure that we do what we are supposed to do and comply beyond the requirements of the regulators to ensure that God is happy with how we are managing the institution, and we continue to thank God for his leadership. In line with succession planning has been strengthened through the nominating committee, and I'm sure that towards the end, you will see the nominating committee discussing to us, presenting their report, and within, as it is basically every year that you have to have 3 members of the board retiring, even though they are eligible for re-election. So this time we have 3 board members and 1 person in the supervisory who have completed a 3-year term, and they are retiring after the 3-year period, though eligible for re-election. So we have Francis Kamundia. Francis Kamundia, you can stand again. So Francis has served a term of 3 years. He is retiring, but eligible for re-election, and he has offered himself for re-election in today's ADM. So let's give a clap to Francis. Then we have Mercy Kimani. That's Mercy. Mercy has also served a term of 3 years and is due for retirement during this ADM, and she will actually be retiring in today's ADM. While she is eligible for re-election, she is not offering herself for re-election to pave way for some other commitments within the wider involvement. So, Mercy, we are grateful for your service. This has been Mercy has served the board some other time, left the board, came back to the board. So she has been a very close person to Kingdom Sacco. And this has been another term that she has served. And Mercy, we wish you all the very best. And thank you for the service that you have offered to Kingdom Sacco. Yeah. I think the last person is Fidelis Musioka. So Fidelis is a long-serving member of the board and has been the vice chair. So he's served the board for a long period. And Fidelis is retiring today. And though eligible for re-election, he's not offering himself for the election, and therefore we appreciate him for the service that he has offered to Kingdom Sacco. Long-serving member of the board. He served various terms, and we credit Fidelis for a lot of work in supporting the management in credit management. He's done a lot of work to support the management team and to support the board on matters related to credit management within the Sacco, and we really appreciate Fidelis for the work he's done. So, a clap for Fidelis. So, I think on the 2026 and going beyond, I think we mentioned, Patron mentioned a few things, but we want to continue to align our strategic direction. And as the chair of Supervisory has said, we'll be working on a revised strategic plan. Benson, you are actually right. It is 2027, 2027 and going up, so you are actually right. So we'll be embarking to do that in the current year, and bringing up the nuances that we've talked about and what the Patron was saying. A lot of focus on church communities and churches and how we'll partner together, not neglecting or not doing away with what we've been doing. We'll go along together, but also enhancing and widening the scope of what we are going to do. I don't think I can describe it better than the way the Patron described. And we want to be able to do this in the current year to ensure that we continue to stay true to what we say, that Kingdom Sacco, our work is to empowering people, because that's what we want to do. We want to have people transformed and empowered, and through this platform of financial services, that we can ensure that people are empowered, people have gotten what they need. One of the key challenges you find today is, and continues to be a challenge to the economy at large, is even the level of high interest rates. And those are things we continue to look at and see how, if we diversify our funding, how that can help to pass the benefit. Diversify funding, get cheaper funding, and pass that benefit to our members to ensure that then we can be able to ensure that we grow, while also empowering them in many other things, not just loans. But I think we are looking at a more holistic approach to empowering our members. And I believe that by the collaboration of all of us, we will be able to do it together. We are more than excited to have the associate patrons, the ones that were introduced here. And I want to give an assurance that we want to work together with the associate patrons, the board and management, to ensure that we pass the right message to the people. We support you to represent the Patron in the regions, and any support you require, we are here to ensure that we'll be able to do it as we agree upon. I've talked about our key priorities for the coming year include enhanced customer experience, In 2026, we continue to prioritize service excellence through streamlining member onboarding processes, reducing loan processing turnaround times, enhancing responsiveness across physical and digital channels, strengthening member communication and feedback mechanism. Our goal is to deliver a seamless, efficient, and satisfying member experience at every interaction point. And that's something that we are committed to, and that explains why we are also having a general manager coming in. The first role is to ensure that we work on this issue so that even as we do expand the society, then we have the capacity to serve our members effectively. And that is the goal that we have as a board. To accelerate sustainable growth, to enhance member accessibility, the Sacco will pursue the following key strategic market initiatives: strengthening the brand ambassadors and agency program to support membership growth and deepen market penetration. So the issue of the brand ambassadors and associate patrons will be a key thing for us as we move forward. Enhanced engagement with pastors and churches as strategic partners in advancing financial empowerment across all sectors served by Kingdom Sacco. Establishment of additional physical service points in strategic locations to bring services closer to members to promote greater financial inclusion. And then technology and digital innovation. I think we will do a couple of things there. One of the things we have realized is that on the mobile, we have a good mobile app, but sometimes we have realized that there are times that for some reason, internet issues and all that we can have that not working. We want to ensure that we have another mechanism where members can use to access their money. So even if the mobile app is not working, you have an USSD that you can still use and ensure that you have various channels, that even if one channel has a downtime, then we are able to ensure that we are supporting our members with that. Deployment of Chama and Kanisa digital platforms to support financial management for groups and churches while mobilizing deposits to do the Sacco. Continuous enhancement of mobile features and provide integration capabilities to support payment processes for landlords, institutions, and businesses. So these are some of the just a few areas that we have mentioned in terms of what we need to do. I think outlook for 2026 with a clear strategic direction, strong governance structures, and sustained member confidence, Kingdom Sacco is well positioned to navigate 2026 with stability and purpose. Our focus remains balanced growth with prudence, innovation with discipline, and expansion with accountability. So that's basically what we want to do as we move forward. And in conclusion, I want to appreciate our patron for visionary leadership, fellow board members for strategic oversight of the society and the way we've been working together, our members and delegates for unwavering trust, and obviously the regulator, the Sacco Society's Regulatory Authority and the Ministry of Cooperatives, whom we work together very, very well. In 2026, we remain focused on resilience, growth, and member value. Let us move forward in unity, discipline, and shared responsibility to ensure Kingdom Sacco remains a trusted and thriving institution for all our members. So I think that's the report of the chairman as we wanted to present in this annual delegates meeting. I think before I finish, I think it would be good that we give the members an opportunity to adopt the 3 reports that have been presented, and also give them an opportunity to ask any questions on the 3 reports that have been given, just in case any member needs any point of clarification. I think it's always good to give you a chance, a few minutes to be able to do that before we can finalize. I think from here the next agenda will be welcoming the treasurer to present the financial statements and the budget. But I think before we do that, we may need to adopt the report of the CEO, and then adopt the report of the Supervisory Committee, and then adopt the report of the board through the chair, so that then, in case there is any matters arising from that, then we can respond to you in a few minutes. So let me have a proposer to propose and somebody to second the report of the CEO as presented to the ADM. I think you can raise your hand and propose the report, and somebody else can second that. With that, then the report remains adopted as required. Yes, let's have the mic there.
My name is Jane Idongo, member number 6088. I propose.
Member number?
6088.
6088. Thank you. Thank you very much. Propose.
My name is Duncan Mwanzia, member number 9778. I second.
Thank you, Duncan. That is the CEO's report. Then we go to the Supervisory Committee report presented by Ben Ogutu. Let's have somebody to propose the report and somebody to second the proposal. I think there's a delegate here.
Silas Nyanga, 398.
Thank you, Silas. Silas, yeah. Member number, repeat the member number again.
002,398.
Okay. Don't worry, we'll confirm with the Silas the exact number. Thank you, Silas. Yeah, all right.
Jane Mwangi, member number 105.
Yeah.
Second.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Jane, for that. That is the supervisory report. Then we have the chairman's report. Somebody to propose and somebody to second the report.
My name is Maureen Wambui. I propose chairman's report, member number 7048.
7048. Thank you very much.
I'm Lucy Nganga, member number 458. I second.
Thank you, Lucy. Thank you, Lucy. 458. Thank you for that. So I think with that, those reports adopted, we want to just give some time for any questions or any areas of clarifications you may have on the supervisory report. Any questions on the supervisory report? All right. Okay. All right. So looks like we are happy. Let's look at the chairman's report. Any member who has a question or area of clarification on the chairman's report? You can lift your hand and then you get the mic. All right, looks like we are happy. Any area of clarification you want the CEO to respond to? This one I'll make sure I hand it over to the CEO. Any area of clarification to Joel? All right, looks like the reports have been very clear. And thank you, members and delegates. So I want to take the opportunity to welcome the treasurer to take us through the treasurer together with the external auditors to present the financial report, and after that also the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The delegates, valued members, Patron, fellow board members and staff, distinguished guests and partners, good morning. I'm Rose Nyawera, I'm the treasurer, and I'll take you through the financials. But before we go through the financials, there is a leaflet here written, Macroeconomic Environment. I want to take you through a class of economics. Macroeconomic environment. But before we go to this macroeconomic environment, I think there is a height problem. Okay. There's a height problem. I mean, I'm on heels, so I can imagine if I was wearing flat. Okay. So before we go to the macroeconomics, because we are thinking about the Kenya economy, let's go to the global economy and what's happening. We have, okay, that one is not here because that one is a more recent development. We have the US and the Israel war on Iran. And how do you think that's affecting us? And why do you think they are fighting in the first place? Why is Iran fighting? Why is Israel fighting Iran? Why is US fighting Iran? Those are the things that you should be thinking about because they are going to affect us. For Israel, I think the reason they are fighting Iran is spiritual. They have a spiritual agenda. But for US, I think the issue is about oil. It's about oil, right? And not about Iran's oil. You will be surprised that the issue maybe is about how Iran sells its oil. Because you remember the one day Trump woke up and went and took the president of Venezuela from his bedroom. Why do you think he took him? Because Venezuela was selling oil to China in China currency, yuan, instead of selling it in US dollars. And now they discovered even Iran is selling to China in yuan instead of selling in. That's the war. That's the issue. Now they are fighting up there very far away. Some of us have even never gone there. But it's affecting us here. And it's going to affect us greatly because like, the cost of fuel per barrel presently is at like 65. But Iran is saying, people be prepared because you're going to buy the oil per barrel at over $200 US. So what does that mean for people who are exporting? What does that mean for people who are net importers like Kenya? Right? And it goes down to the farmer down there. For example, Iran is a very crucial export market for our Kenyan tea. And not just Iran, the whole Arabian guys, you know those people and alcohol, they're not good friends. So they take our tea. So that farmer in Kericho, that farmer in Nyeri is going to be affected by that war. They are very far away, right? The other bit is also meat exports. Meat is also, they really buy a lot. Meat is also one of the crucial exports to the Middle East from Kenya. So even our farmers are going to be affected by that. The other day we saw on television, you know it's Ramadan season. And this is a peak season for selling the white goods. Now those people who have been rearing all those years, waiting for this crucial time of Ramadan, that's when they have their big kill. Their goats are there. So maybe locally for a short time, we might have the prices of meat down because the exports are not going. So be ready to buy a few white goats because of that. But let's think about how does that affect us here locally? Because after the present oil reserve, which we ran probably just for a month, when we are importing oil in Kenya, at what price shall we get it? That is if we shall get it in the first place. Shall we be able to sustain that? And I think it's a good thing, Bwana Patron, that you have blessed all these associate pastors, because I think in Sacco we shall need a lot of prayers. So associate pastors, you have your, you have your work cut out already, praying for the members because of this situation. So now we are back now to the Kenya macroeconomic environment, just looking at what was there in the past year. So if you go to our first point was about inflation, the government did a very good job at managing inflation, and it was just very slight changes from 3% in early last year to around 4.3% as at the beginning of this year. But already you can start predicting what's going to happen. Inflation, like the last year inflation, they said was largely grown or largely was influenced because of food and non-alcoholic beverages. That is what they had estimated as accounting for 57% or around 56% of a daily household budget. So that's what drove inflation, and you can see it wasn't too much. Though they say the slight increment was because of an increase in onions and kales and meat. I think some of us started buying meat at over 1,000 a kilo. And those are some of the drivers. And here and thereafter, the government increased some levies in fuel. It also affected transport costs. So that was also the slight driver. But as you can see, it was very slight. From 3% last year to an average of 2024 to an average of around 4.4% early this year. So that's to do with inflation last year, but you can already predict how it's going to be this year. You can see the yesteryears how it was, but it was largely managed. The government did a good job. And even did a better job at even managing the forex rates. Can you see the US dollar, the sterling pound, the euro, even our neighbors' currencies, Uganda shillings and the Tanzania shilling? Everything was under flat, very, very well controlled. And that's why we had the governor another time get an international award for having been able to manage the fluctuations of the currency. So that has really been able to stabilize the exporters, the importers, because it's predictable how much the exchange rate is going to be as opposed to fluctuating. But now this year, how is that going to be affected? By the war? And how is that going to be affected by the election year period that is set for 2027? So those are things that we could also think about and watch out, especially for the foreign currencies. And the other currency that I really wonder how it's going to fluctuate is the sterling pound. You know, UK has come among the few countries that have started hosting the American warships and all that. And they are an independent country, unlike the European Union, who are several. So how is their partnering with US going to affect their currency? I think that's a currency to watch out for. The next point is on the next observation was on the Nairobi Stock Exchange, the 20-share index. We have seen in the past year a growth by 56% from how the valuation of the market. You know what they do is that they take, like the NSE 20 is that they take the top 20 by capitation, the top growing and traded companies, and that's what they gauge the market with. So the last year it grew by 56%, and the previous year it had grown by, that is 2024, it had grown by 34%. So the question is, what were the drivers? And there is speculation that it was the drivers were actually politicians investing in this, foreigners investing. So the question is, when in 2027 the politicians begin probably withdrawing their funds, how will that affect the growth of the NSE stock exchange? And if outside there the fluctuation starts, of the countries and economies starts getting too volatile, and the foreign investors start coming and looking for the African markets, how is that going to affect the NSE? So those are some of the things that you can think about. Those are some of the things that are going to affect us here. The other bit is on bank lending rates. We have put some of the comparisons here, just so that you appreciate the interest rates at which you get from Kingdom Sacco. Two of our partners, that is Family Bank and KCB, I saw them here well represented, thank you. We have not put your rates here because you are a good partner. You are our good partner, so we decided not to put you there. But I want you to see, most of the rates in Kingdom Sacco are at 12%, right? 12 to 15%. See how much the banks are making out there. One is at a crazy rate of 30%, that is on personal unsecured loan for 1 year. I don't think we have gone anywhere near that. So that's just for you to appreciate what Kingdom Sacco does and just see how it fares in relation to the banks out there. So that is the end of our lesson on economics. Now, now let's go to accounting. By the time I'm through with you, I shall give you a certificate in accounting also. So this is the booklet. Let us turn to page 9. Statement of comprehensive income. Page 9. So, in the year 2025, we are working with this booklet, the numbers booklet. In the year 2025, the interest, this is the income. Income from the Sacco is usually from loans and also from our investments out there in the money markets and in the banks. So the income from loans and advances increased by 12% to 292 million. Interest from banks grew by just 7% to 30.7 million, and that brought our total interest income to 322,926,764 Kenya shillings. We have the interest expense. This is basically the interest that is paid out for your savings in Bosa, and some of you who have fixed income in FOSA. That one grew by, okay. This one, the chairman is going to talk about it more. So I'll not talk about that. Then we have other operating income and expenses. We have that is at 9.3 million. We have administrative expenses, and I want us, as you can see, all these other expenses have been referenced to a note 6. So let's go to page 25 and see what these details of administrative expenses, loan risk provisioning, staff expenses, governance, what they are. Let's go to page 25. If you're on page 25, you're going to see that note there written 6 on expenses, administrative expenses. And so we have the list there of office rent. And this office rent is just generally the rent for the offices that are outside Nairobi, that is the one in Naivasha, in Mombasa, and Nakuru. Then we have the licensing, that is just normal statutory, and we have SASRA levies, we have communication costs, we have IT costs, we have security expenses, that is generally the security cost for having the guards guarding the premises. Then we have legal fees, and we have premises cost. I want you to notice that in premises cost, when you compare it with 2024, there is a decline. This premises cost, the decline is by 500,000. And this is driven by, you heard the chair say that, and the CEO, that we had solar installation, so solar panels. So the solar panels really have a huge impact of saving on electric costs. And so we have had the savings from September when they started running, and that is what has brought that huge saving over 500,000. So that's a big plus. Then we also have consultancy costs, and we also have a reduction of costs under general office expenses. We also have a reduction of costs. So they have been a bit more prudent in how they also run the offices. So we have seen efficiency. And even down there, if I will take you down there to a negative figure, you can see a negative figure of 19,000. That one ideally should also sit in office expenses. That should have also brought down office expenses. It's just probably a realignment that should have been done. Ideally that awards and supervision is just a provision that we had put, which we have now reduced for affiliations to the counties and the subscription that we pay and all that. So you have seen the costs have been just grown very moderately, the ones that have grown, and others, like we have seen one on social responsibility. You had the CEO mention a bit on social responsibility. That's where it has sat. That is the 507,000. As we go down, we are still at point A, receivable provisioning. That is a new statutory requirement by SASRA, where they're asking us to make a provisioning for just assets. And basically, it's not an actual expenditure, it's just a provisioning. So you have seen that the expenses under that subcategory of administration expenses has grown very moderately by around less than 3 million. Next, we have loan risk provisioning. This is not an actual expenditure, it is just a provisioning that's a statutory requirement and also a professional requirement. You'll see the growth there from 38 million to 40 million. 40.7 million is very modest. It's by 5%. And thanks to the improved performance on loans. So basically, this is a provisioning for in the event that, that all the loans are not paid. We just need to be careful about how we recognize the income, and therefore that's why there's a provisioning. So delegates, this is also out to you that please talk to your house leaders, please talk to your house members, asking them to pay, because the better they pay and the better their loan performs, the better it is for, the less we provision and the more it is, more is available for us to distribute. Then the staff expenses there, we're paying the staff, also training them. Their governance expenses, their governance is just basically the member meetings. But member meetings expenses are not just here, they are also under F, that is marketing expenses. So we also have some of the member costs or member meeting expenses seated there. So we can go back now to our page 9 again. And we see that other operating income and expenses are now presently at, in the year 2025, we're at, we don't have the totals there. So there's that listing there. Plus also now you get the surplus from income before taxes at 83,929,091. That's an increase from the previous year of 71.5 million. And so therefore we have closed at a gain at a growth of over 11 million to close at a total comprehensive income for the year at 81,489,210 Kenya shillings. So that is it for the statement of comprehensive income. Let's turn to the next page, statement on financial position. This is a statement that balances your assets and liabilities. And largely, as you will see, our assets or the Sacco's assets are basically about cash and about loans. That is what we have as our assets. You will see there is the cash there, just cash management, and there's cash balances with the banks, short-term investments, government securities, receivable and prepayments. Then we have loans and advances to members. That is the loans that we have sent out, that we have disbursed out. Let's go to page 28 so that we can discuss that further. When you go to page 28, we have the categories of the loans. That is under note 11. There we have the list of loans. And I want you to just trace how your loan is categorized in this. Do you have a development loan? Do you have a business loan? Just see how it falls in there. Do you have an affordable mortgage loan? You have heard about, we have several other loans, different kinds of portfolios. So there are several of them there. And the total loan book, the total loans that have been disbursed to date, or for the year 2025, were at 2,221,850,728 Kenya shillings. So what you see there is that the 260 is accumulated provisioning over the years. Like you saw for this particular year, 2025, the provisioning was for 40 million. So that is what is added there. We can go back to our page 10. And we'll see that that figure of the loans grew by 16.3%. And the total assets grew from 2.1 billion in 2024 to 2.44 billion in 2025. And have heard the CEO say that he has put a personal target, and the board shall monitor that, to bring the assets to 3 billion. So I ask you members to support the CEO by increasing your borrowing, by increasing your deposits. That's how we shall be able to meet his target of a 3 billion asset base by the end of 2026. If we go to the liabilities, members' deposits, we have the members' deposits there that have, this is just at the FOSA. The first one is at the FOSA, members' withdrawable deposits. The last year we closed at 190, this year we have closed at 237. The ones that I want us to focus on is on members' non-withdrawable deposits. Last year it was at 1.2 billion, and this year we closed at 1.386 billion. That was a growth in that particular category of non-withdrawable deposits of 9%. You have had the challenge from the CEO, which I would want you to take up, about Joseph, who saved at 20%. He mobilized the country to save at 20%. So if you take that personal initiative to save your income at 20%, it shall be said of you like it was said of Egypt in the time of Joseph, that the money was so much that they stopped keeping count. That's what the Bible says. When you save at 20%, you know it's also compounding. The money shall be so much that you stop keeping record. You just know it's enough. I think we all want to get there. So please, I challenge you, please try and match up to that 20% of saving. And also, this is also a personal challenge, so that I'm also with you. I'm also with you taking up that challenge. And we shall come here and see how next year we shall come and see how we are doing in that particular area. So basically, the next is just about share capital. The share capital funds and how you will see, if you go to share capital, you will see a growth for the first time in 5 years or more, from 136,557,374,000 Kenya shillings to 138 million. So what happened this year? For a very long time, what we had always requested members to do is when you get new members, we were asking them to buy from exiting members. But come sometime last year, we saw that people coming in were by far more than those who were leaving. So we had a shortfall. And so therefore we started releasing new shares. But still, as we released, this is still within the band that had been approved several years ago of share capital that had been authorized of 150 million. So 138 million is now, there was an increment there of about 2 million, there are about 1.5 increment of new shares that have been released out. So before we leave that point on financial statement, financial position, and before I call the auditors, I want to bring to your attention about the Sacco and the awards that they have got about your deposits, that you know that your deposits are safe with us. Let's go to this booklet. And before even we open the booklet, let's just have a look at the top there. You can see young people there. I love the theme of this book. Saitoti, your team have done a lovely job. I looked at it and just loved the theme. We're talking about that savings, that Sacco. Sacco is even for young people. You know, Sacco, even if you look at the trend, the people who are there in Saccos are the people who are starting to get gray hairs like me. Those are the people who really embrace Sacco. But for you, with your children at home, please push them to join Sacco. So that's what we are saying when we're putting this young couple here. This young couple here, that Sacco is even for them, right? And see what they're being told there. How they can grow their savings. Can you see that, officer? You can see his PC. Savings growth. And when you do that, by the end of the day, you shall see the light. You shall see the light, and it shall be bright. Right? Yes. Now, I just wanted you to take you to page 50, is it 54? I hope you've been scrolling these pages and seeing photos of people. Like now you call Bishop Karanja and ask him to tell us about this big building that is there behind you. He is there on page 55. Bishop. Great. He's our great member. And several others. So as you go there, did I miss the page I wanted to talk on? Maybe I just got excited also. Was I going to page 57? Where is it? Oh, yeah, I wanted page 57. Let's go to page 57. Awards and recognition. Great job by the CEO. At the National Ushirika Day celebration, Kingdom Sacco received 3 prestigious industry awards in the recognition of excellence. Let us read number 1. Best Sacco in capitalization. Best Sacco in capitalization. So that means there is no time the regulator has ever told us that there is a shortfall in your core capital because it is well capitalized, even way beyond the requirement by SASRA. So we are very well capitalized. We got an award for that. Best in risk management. When you see a financial institution being given an award in risk management, you just put a full stop. Nothing else. You can't say anything else. Okay? Then, best in deposits management. When I tell you to bring your deposits, even the National Ushirika Day people and the ministry have seen that we are best in deposit management. So your deposits are safe with us. They're being very well managed. Right? With that, I want to call the representative from our external auditors to give you the opinion of our books. That is Mr. Onesimus, on behalf of Waweru Mwangi and Associates. As he comes here, I want to also just ask the internal auditors, Ronalds and Associates, to just stand up and wave to us. Thank you very much. What we have done is that we have our internal auditors who are outsiders. So they're not employees. Most companies have an internal auditor who is an employee. But for us, we wanted an internal auditor who does a check on our business as an external people. I want you to see the layers of how we do what? We see compliance and also, what's the word I want to use? And also transparency, right? So we have our external auditors there, so they give the board the report, and actually they give the supervisory, their reports are consumed by the supervisory, so they are the ones who now task the board and the management on that. And then we have the external auditors here. So karibu sana Bwana Onesmus.
So, okay, thank you, Treasurer, for that. So the Patron, the Delegate, the Board of Directors, the Supervisory Committee members, and the invited guest and the government representative. Good morning, good afternoon, sorry. So my name is Onesmus, or CP Onesmus Muremi. I work under our Mwangi and Associate, and I would like to pass his greeting together with the team that was involved in carrying out the audit exercise for the period 2025. So first of all, I want to thank you members and also the Board of Directors for giving us the opportunity to review the financial books of account for the period, that is the year 2025. And my exercise is very simple now that the Treasurer has gone through the figures, and mine is just to give an opinion on the representative of those figures, because we took our time, as you gave us the mandate, to review the figures, to review the internal controls, and give an opinion. So that's what is mandated by me, to give an opinion on those figures, and also to report on the general governance and also the general internal controls, and also compliance with the various regulations that are governing the society. So I will still refer to the same booklet that the Treasurer was using, and I want us to go to page number 5 of 35. So we have our opinion, so I'll skip the first 2 paragraphs, that is our opinion and the basis of our opinion, and skip direct to the key audit matters. So these are those matters that in our professional judgment were of most importance in our audit of the financial statement for the current period. So these matters were addressed in the contents of our audit of the financial statement as a whole, and forming our opinion thereon, we do not provide a separate opinion on these matters. So it's a requirement that at least for every audit we must report the key issues that we felt were key, and we needed to present them to the members, or in this case to the delegate. So the first matter, we picked 2 matters. One is loan related, and the other one is ICT, or the infrastructure on ICT related. So the first issue is on the loans to the members, and the adequacy of the loan loss allowances. So the society loan portfolio to the members, it's its largest asset, representing approximately 80% of the total asset as of 31st December 2025. So the loan loss allowance is a critical estimate that significantly impacts the society's financial performance and equity position. Management estimation of the allowance involves significant judgment, particularly in assessing the members' credit risks, then determination of the probability of default and loss given default for loan portfolio of loans, then identification and measurement of impairment for individual or significant loans, including valuation of collateral held, and classification of loans into performing, non-performing category in line with the SASRA regulation and as per the IFRS standards. So our audit procedures for us to test that critical issue of loan, which is about 80%, involved we are evaluating the design and testing the operating effectiveness of the controls over the credit underwriting loan review and impairment of estimation processes. We also assessed the appropriateness of the society impairment methodology by comparing it to the requirement of IFRS 9, which stands for International Financial Reporting Standards, and relevant prudential guidelines. Also testing the accuracy and completeness of the data used in the impairment model, including loan balances, arrears status, and collateral valuation. Also independently reviewing a sample of individual loans, including those identified as impaired, to assess management classification and specific allowances and calculation. We also assess the adequacy of disclosures in the financial statement regarding the credit risk management practices, impairment methodology, and sensitivity of the allowance to change in the key assumption. So the second issue, the key audit matter, was the management information system and the interest income calculation. Remember, it's through the interest income that we apportion to the interest on members' deposit and also to the dividend. So we don't want to make an error of over disbursing interest on income, or maybe failure to follow the due processes. So in that, interest income represents a significant portion of the society revenue stream. Ensuring the accountability of interest income calculation is critical for financial statement reliability and regulatory compliance. So we evaluated the completeness and accuracy of the interest income recognition, including the appropriateness of the interest rate applicable, calculation methodologies, accrual timing, and allocation to appropriate income category. So the society interest income calculation rely on various assumptions and parameters, including the interest rates that the treasurer has gone through, then the compounding period and the loan repayment schedule. So we assess the reasonability of these assumptions by comparing them to historical trends, also the regulatory requirement, and also the internal policies to corroborate our audit findings and conclusion. So on information other than financial statement and the audit report thereon, so the directors are responsible for the other information, and it includes the chairman's report, the supervisory report, the budget, which will be read after this, and does not include the financial statement or our auditor's report. So in our opinion, the financial statement does not cover the other information, and we do not express any form of assurance conclusion thereon. However, based on that, if based on the work we have performed, we concluded that there is a material misstatement on the other information, we are required to report that particular fact, which we have nothing to report on in regard to the other information. So in short, whatever has been read by the CEO, by the chairperson, and also by the treasurer is correct, and probably through the budget, the one that they will be read, we have reviewed, so we confirm it's fair. On responsibility of the directors, those charged with governance of the financial statement, that is mostly the board of directors and the supervisory. So the directors are responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of the financial statement in accordance with the IFRSs. As I said, that is the financial reporting standard, and such internal controls as directors determine is necessary to enable the preparation of the financial statement that are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. So in preparing the financial statement, the directors are responsible for assessing the society's ability to continue as a going concern, disclosing as applicable matters related to the going concern, and using the going concern basis of accounting, unless the directors either intends to liquidate the society or cease operation or have no realistic alternative but to do so. So those charged with the governance are responsible for overseeing that particular risk of going concern. What is the responsibility of us as the auditors? One, our objective is to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements as a whole are free from financial are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error, and to issue an auditor's report that includes our opinion. So let us skip to page 8 of 35. Down there, what guided our opinion. So report on other legal requirements. So there are those various regulations that we followed for us to come up with our opinion. The first is the accompanying financial statement are in agreement with the books of account maintained by the society. So in short, the books or the figures that the treasurer has read to you, they are in agreement to what was happened in the year under review. The second one, nothing has come to our attention to indicate that the society's affairs have not been conducted in accordance with the Cooperative Societies Act, the Societies Act, the society's objective, that is its bylaws, and the resolution passed by the members at the ADMs or the general meeting. So we have considered the society financial position and noted no matter indicating that the society is insolvent or exposed to significant risk of insolvency. So no breaches of applicable prudential standards or license condition governing the societies of operation were identified during the audit. So we found no evidence of material irregularity or unlawful acts involving the society, its directors, or the employees. Again, the management provided us with all the information and explanation necessary to perform our audit, which we thank the board of directors and also the staff. And our review of governance structure, management practices, and the internal control system, including the internal audit and oversight function, reviewed no matters suggesting that members' assets were not adequately safeguarded or that the society financial stability is compromised. So no other instance of non-compliance with the Act, the regulation issued thereunder, or other applicable laws came to our attention during the audit. So based on that, we came up with our opinion, which is the first paragraph that I skipped, that is page 5 of number 35. And I'll start with the second paragraph, which is the basis of our opinion. So we conducted our audit in accordance with the international standards of auditing. Our responsibility under those standards are further described in the auditor's responsibility for the audit of the financial statement section of our report. So back to the first paragraph of our opinion. So we have audited the financial statement for the society, which comprises the statement of the financial position as of 31st December 2025, the statement of comprehensive income, the statement of changes in equity, statement of the cash flows for the year ended, and the notes that you are referring to, or they were referenced in the 3 reports to those particular financial statements, also including the summary of significant accounting policies. So in our opinion, the accompanying financial statement give a true and fair view of the financial position of the society as of 31st December 2025, and its financial performance and cash flow for the year then ended in accordance with the international financial reporting standards. So that is it for our report, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Nesmas. Asante sana. All protocols observed. Good afternoon. I was last here in the morning. When I came here, it was morning. Now it's afternoon. So I want us now to turn to this yellow leaflet. Proposed budget for 2026 and projection for 2027. As you can see, we have adapted the format that in a previous ADM the members had said they want. They want to see the actual budget last year, and then budget this year and our projections for the second year. So that's what we have done. If you go to proposed budget, for interest income on loans, we are proposing to, our budget is to have interest income at 360 million. That would be a 23% growth from the actual performance of 292 million in the year 2025. We are projecting that to change to 439 million in the year 2027. Interest income on liquid investment was at 30.7 million in 2025, that's our actual, and our budget for the year 2026 is 37.5 million, and our projection for 2027 is 44.9 million. The interest to members, that is what we pay out under non-withdrawable deposits and the withdrawable deposits, was at 98 million in the year 99 million, actually, the 97.8 million in the year 2025, that was our actual payment, against the projected of 118 million in the year 2026, and 136 million is that 136.7 million is what is projected for 2027. So these are just the other incomes, and generally we are budgeting to have our income grow by 23.7% to 287,774,476. That is from an actual of 232.6 million, and projecting that in the year 2027, this income shall grow to 358.6 million. Our administrative costs, the budget is at 30.12 million. That is a growth of 20% from what was there in the year 2025 of 25.3 million. One of the key drivers of this increase in administrative expense is, as you have heard, the strategic plan comes to an end at the end of 2026. So we are proposing to have some work around getting a new strategic plan for 2027 going forward. The other bit is that we had just begun, there's interest expense on the Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Corporation loans, that is KMRC loans. So we got that at the tail end of 2026, but we are expecting to have increased refinancing from KMRC in the year we got that at the tail end of 2025. So at the tail end of 2025, that's when we got the KMRC loans. By 2026 and 2027, we are expecting increased financing, and therefore there shall be increased interest expense on that loan. So therefore, there's that growth of that expense-led administrative expenses to 30.1 billion, and a projection of 30.1 million, and a projection of 36.1 in the year 2027. So depreciation, this is not actually an expense, this is just provisioning. So we from 8 to 10 based on the increase in assets. And governance expenses, that one is largely a horizontal. That one hasn't changed much. And business development, you're going to see that on this, from 11 million, we're going to, our budget is at 15.7 million in the year 2026. That's almost a 36% growth, and also a projected growth of 18.7 million. Now, this is largely driven by two things. We are expecting to have more engagement with members. And members, I request you, just like you have heard the CEO, when you are invited, please come. We have had incidences where we plan for meetings and very big plans are made, but the turnout is very low. So we request you, please, when you are invited for these meetings, which are very developmental meetings. It's not just about the products, but we have financial empowerment, we have business strategies, how to do business strategies and all that, empowering the members. So we're asking you, we have that intention through the coordination of the associate pastors, as you have had, in the different regions and the regions where we have not had foothold. That's where we're expecting. But still, the present members, we expect you to be available on that. There's also a projection of a new office or new branches, maybe as may be directed by the feasibility study that will be carried out as to where we'd want to set up a new office. So there is that projected costs that are sitting under the business development costs, and that's the expected growth. So on staff salaries and other costs, we have that increment, which isn't too much. And then we have loan provisioning cost. Again, this is a provisioning, it's not an actual expenditure. So from 40.7 million, we expect that now to have a growth of 12% to 45.2 million, and a projected growth of 54.3 million in the year 2027. That is an increment based on also the expected lending and the increased interest on loans and the increased income expected from there. So that is on the income side. On the CapEx, that CapEx is capital expenditure. Again, we have everything lined out there. There was what was in the budget. If you go to 2025 budget, it came to 19.3, but our actual expenditure was 8.4. So if you go to line by line, under office equipment, even if we had made a budget for 2.8, our actual expenditure was at 368,000. And we are projecting, we are proposing a budget of 4 million in the year 2026, which would be, the proposal is to have a system that enhances queue management in the offices and also just streamlining things in the office. So that's what, and streamlining service delivery. So that's what the 4 million provision is all about. Furniture and fittings, that's a small figure. Institutional vehicle, the last time we got that, the budget was at 2.5, but the actual expenditure is at 1.8. That should tell you that we are very prudent in our expenditure. Even when we had that bath to spend up to 2.5, we spent at 1.8, and there is, I think it's in the parking lot. You'll see a gray branded vehicle there. On the power backup, this is on solar installation. You will see the expenditure there is at 4.7. That exceeds the budget that we had been given. So with authorization of the board, we procured that service even though there was an additional cost. And so therefore in the year 2026, we are requesting that you authorize the 780,000 excess to cater for that. You have already seen the benefits of the solar installation by the reduced office administration cost. We saw that 500,000 that has led to that. So this authorization will enable us to settle with the supplier because we couldn't settle in excess of what had been authorized by the ADM. So computer hardware, there was that expenditure, but there's an expected, the budget was at 1.7. We didn't spend much, and so therefore, the expenditure is expected to come in the year 2026 of 1.2 million, and probably 500,000 in the year 2027. Server backups, there was, last budget was at 2 million in the year 2025. We didn't spend anything, but there is an expected spending of 6.6 million. There was a lot of write-ups and authorizations that were needed before the expense is done. And so therefore, the expense there we propose at 6.6 million for the year 2026. IT equipment and networks, there is a proposed request for a budget of 1.1 million. Mobile application, the actual expenditure was at 1.2. You heard the CEO talk about there were enhancements, and I'm sure you have been getting the alerts about mobile application, and so that one came to 1.2, though the budget was at 1 million, and we are proposing to increase that to 1.5 million and probably to 700,000 in the year 2027. On the mobile app, as you heard also the chair say, that the present app is based on those with smartphones, but now there is this other one, USSD implementation, which is an application that can be developed for those ones using the non-smartphones. So that's what the USSD application is, or even yourself, you may decide, I mean, it's up to you to decide whether you want the app. What I hope you are all aware of, delegates, and you should pass this to the members that you maybe are in your region, is that even when you're using the mobile app, you should not hesitate using the mobile app because you don't have data, because the data is paid for by Kingdom Sacco, right? So you actually, if you're in a place where you have Wi-Fi, switch off the Wi-Fi because that enhances the security, and use now the application when the Wi-Fi is off, and you don't have to worry about your data because all the data is it's billed opposite. It's billed on the office. So yourself, as you use the app, you shall not incur any bundles. So preach that out and tell people to download. And for those people now who are using those phones that are not smartphones, there is this proposal to develop the USSD implementation. So that one is, we're asking for, that's a proposal that we shall ask you to pass. Statement password protection. You have noticed that, I hope you all receive your statements. Is there anybody here who does not receive their statements? Is there anybody who doesn't receive their statements by email? You have noticed that once you click it, it just opens, isn't it? But you want that enhanced protection. So there is that proposal to enhance by encrypting it or putting passwords on it, and that would cost us an additional 400,000. So that's one of the proposals. Then there was this software application and licensing. That was passed in the last budget, but we did not utilize anything, you can see there. And that proposal is now requested in the year 2026. That's when there is better planning for it. And budgeting and the budget for the year 2027 is at 2.8. Core banking system, you have had the auditor, as he described, one of the key areas of audit was checking around what you call the MIS. That is our software and the system that runs everything or holds everything. So the intention is to have that renewed in the year 2027, 2028. So that overhaul will be needed, and probably procuring a new system. So that's why we are asking you to pass that for the year 2027, so that even as we begin to source, even as we begin to get the specs, we already have an idea of the budget that has been approved, so that as we source, that is what the team will be working with. So there we are asking you to approve that budget of 15 million for a core banking system, because I think the present one, the support will end at probably 2028, 2029, so we need to be well prepared for that. For cashless branches, I had mentioned that there is an intention to try and open a new office, depending on the feasibility study, an office or two, and now that would be in the region of maybe 1.4 million. That is a new request for a cashless office, and internal renovations here and there of about 200,000. So therefore, the CAPEX budget for the year 2026 is 25,274,000, and the projected budget, largely driven by the procuring of a new core banking system in the year 2027, is 18,995,000. So that is the budget proposal and projection for 2026. I want to invite the chair to lead the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer, for that. Those reports. I think before we go to the next agenda on resolutions, it would be good to adopt the financial report and the budget and get any questions or reactions to the two reports that we have just been taken through by the Treasurer. So on the financial report that has been presented by the Treasurer and the Auditor, let's have a proposer and a seconder. Yes, a microphone here.
Chris Matasio, member number 26998. I propose.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. All right. Somebody to second the financial report.
Mercy Kiptum, member number 007725, I second.
Thank you, Mercy. Thank you, Mercy. So that is on the financial report. Yes, so do we have any questions on the numbers on the financial report? Yes.
I'm Janice Ochieng, member 3367. The question I have is concerning about the office equipment, because the budget was 2.8, and what was spent was 3.6, which means that it was above the budget that was above the budget. I'm just wondering, where did they get the money to take care of that, and it was not within the budget that was approved last year. The second applies to power bank, solar, installation. You can see it was 400,000 should be, and what was spent was 400,750, and again there was an excess. So I'm just wondering where that money came from, and it was not approved in our previous budget. So I think that's what I wanted, the clarity on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. Any other question? That is on the budget. Okay, that's on the budget. Let's hold the question on the budget and go to the financial report first. Any question on the but the one on the budget we're going to come there just shortly. So on the financial report, yes.
Page 25. Under annual delegates meeting expenses, 2024. Just wondering if it's a typing error or there was no ADM.
Yeah, ADM 2024. Very good. I think that one will explain. Yeah, all right. That's noted. That is at the governance expenses. That is note 6D. There is annual delegates meeting, 2.5 million in 2025, and there seems to have been nothing in 2024. So I think that's the question. So I think we'll clarify that. So anything else on the financial report? Yes. Sorry, and I think as asking it would be good to say your name, member number, and ask the question. I think it would be good.
My name is Sarah Irungo, member number 1523. I'm only seeking a clarity on the office expense licenses and annual maintenance cost that has more than doubled.
Okay.
There's a difference of about 1.8 million from last year.
Are you on page 25? Okay. License and annual maintenance costs. All right, very good. I think that's clear. That's a good question. All right. Any other question on the financial report first? All right. So I'll allow the treasurer to answer the two questions on the financial report before we come to the budget.
Oh, there. Thank you, Tech Desk. All right, I'll begin with the one by Boaz. Boaz, thank you for that observation. Yes, in the year 2020, he's asking about on page 25, that is on the expenses, 6D. He's asking how come there were no ADM expenses in the year 2024. No, that's not a typo. In that year, that budget was taken up by Mensa Investment, that is the subsidiary of Sacco. So Mensa is the one that took up that cost. So that ADM sat under Mensa books and not under Kingdom Sacco books. I hope that answers. All right, then we can go to the next one. Mugo, I didn't get your first name. Thank you for that question too. That is on licensing and annual maintenance cost. The increase there is because of, sorry for that. This is licensing and maintenance that we pay to our the service providers for the information system, MIS. So sometimes when they increase or they do enhancements in the system, they load additional costs. So that is it. That is the additional cost that we have that has sat there, licensing and annual maintenance for the management for the core banking system. That's the cost. If we would now go to the other one, by member number 3367, that is the one on budget. If we go on office equipment, the actual spend was 368,000, not million, against a budget of 2.8, right? But because of underspending, because sometimes because of underspending, there is now, so there is an underspending there actually. It's not an overspending. There is an underspending. The budget for 2026 is the one that is 4 million, and that's what I'd mentioned. It's a system, and it's a whole system being procured that would support in queue management and also supporting in the system. So that's an underspending. In the one for power backup and solar installation, what I had mentioned in this is that the approval was for 4 million, but what we got as best, the person who would offer that service gave us at 4.7. The board approved the over expenditure of 750. But now we are asking the delegates to give us an approval authorization for the 780 so that we can settle the payment. We have not settled the payment of 750, though installation has been done and running since September. So we made that negotiation with the supplier, and we told them that we are not able to settle until that approval comes from the ADM. So that is the issue for the 780,000 request under that line expense. I hope that's settled. Thank you very much.
Yeah, perhaps Rose, you can comment on the, I don't know whether that is the one that the member also wanted to ask on mobile banking application. as well. Between the
mobile banking, yes. Mobile banking too, the approval under 2025 budget was 1 million. The expenditure was 1.2. There were enhancements, and one of the enhancements I had mentioned was that one, where now it has reverse invoicing for data. That's one of the enhancements. There is also the other enhancements that you would be able to see once you log in. An OTP comes, and so you're not like it's another level of security. So that's some of the enhancements. So the board gave the authorization of additional spend of 250,000, and that's where we are asking for 1.5. So that now 1.5 budget approval for this financial year. So it caters for the additional costs that was incurred against the budget for 2025 and any enhancement that will be done this financial year.
Right. Very well. Thank you. Thank you for that. So let's. Any other questions on the budget? I think the budget we've had one question. Let's see whether there are other questions. Yes, there is a member there. Please.
Yeah, my name is Elijah Lankisa, member number 3366. On the budget, I just want to ask, why is there a very big difference in terms of the projections and the actuals? And I can give two examples. Is it lack maybe of capacity, or we have not put a lot of effort to bring income? For example, interest income on loans, the projections was 354 million. The income is 292. And why? And I feel like 2026, we are still playing a bit safe. It's like we don't want to launch into the deep. We are kind of either we aim so high 2025, na tukaamua maybe 2026 to slow kidogo. That's my question. And again, if you look at the same on the proposed budget, let's go to business development cost. The development cost 2025, the proposed budget was 16 million. The actuals is 11. And 2026, we are even projecting lower at 15 million. So why?
All right. Thank you for that question. Thank you for that question. Any other question on the budget? I can see there are the two members, two delegates at the back.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Maureen, member number 7048. And my question is on the CAPEX budget. If you see in 2025, the total budget and actual, there is quite several inconsistencies which has actually been addressed. But my question is, do we have any basis that we use in our budgets? Because like, for example, in core banking, I can see there is a budget of 15 million. Maybe someone can explain to us how was that 15 million arrived at. Thank you.
All right, very good. And then I think there was somebody else just close there. Yes.
Yeah, my name is Moses Munyi, member number 6412. My maybe observation, it's not really a question, is whether we are putting budgets, but I've seen like in 3 items, we underspent. So is it that we don't have the capacity now to spend that money, or is it that it was miscalculated when we were appropriating? Or is it a case of like what we see in the counties, that there are so many things that can be done with money, but we hear that they are returning money? So, yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, very well. So any other question? I think those are 3 questions. Yes, I'll allow us to take these 3, then so that we don't forget any question. And I want to take the first question. Yes, I think the member said when you look at the budget, we have been far. If you look at 2025 budget vis-a-vis actual, there is quite a difference. Yes, when you look at the interest income, you can see especially interest income on loans. The projection was 354, but the actual was 292. Basically, that tells you that we had projected to lend more than we actually lent to our members. And that can be explained with the turn on what we've been seeing within the year. Is there has been a slowdown in uptake of loans from members. And the slowdown is not necessarily coming from the people don't want to borrow, but the general financial constraints, people are saying they want to, first of all, settle the loans they have and deal with the issues that they're dealing with. And what we have seen is people slowing down on new projects or new things in 2025. There was a bit of that. Now, before the projection for 2026 was that was going to pick up. That was going to start picking up, especially with the lower inflation that you saw in the last 2 quarters of 2025. Some easing of some things, a bit of management of interest rates stabilizing. So there was that expectation. But obviously, with the turn of events, things may start shifting differently. We don't know. But we admit, yes, we didn't give our members as much loans as we had anticipated we would do. But we will continue to stand with our members. And that is why I agree with that Pastor Lankisa, an old member of Kingdom Sacco. I agree with you that 2026, we've decided to be more modest based on the realities we are seeing that are happening. On the same breath, when it came to business development costs, yes, we had budgeted that amount, but we spent less because there are some things that were still under development. Some programs we wanted to do that we didn't fully finish developing, so we couldn't really spend that money. And those are some of the things we want to roll out in 2026, so that then that spend can be actualized. But just to answer the other last question from the member it was more of a comment in terms of we seem to be returning money, not spending money the way we should have spent. And our budgeting system is slightly different from the way the government does money. So we don't want towards the end of the financial year we just spend because because it was budgeted for. If we didn't implement the program appropriately, we are better off pushing it to the following year than spending. And that's what we discuss with the CEO. If the income is not tracking the budget, then the expenditure should not also track the budget. If you have a shortfall in income, then you will also have a I will also tell you, you should not spend what you budgeted for. Give me the income, I will give you the expense. So, for government it's different. We were given this vote ahead, we can go all the way and spend. So income has not come. If the initiative has not been actualized and the members are enjoying it, then prudence is don't spend that money. So that then we can spend the following period. So for us, our concept is we will not always spend because it is budgeted for. If it is late or you didn't actualize something, then we better hold it so that then we don't just spend to tick a box. You know, that is important for us, so that, that's why some of these costs maybe did not track. I think on the CAPEX, maybe Rose, you can come in on the question on the CAPEX.
Actually, I thought I would give the ICT team there. This is Vanakamundia and Solomon. They would give us the estimate on that. They will be able to handle that question better. I can only answer it from a finance point of view, but they can answer from professional.
Okay. Thank you. So the question was, how was the core banking upgrade budget arrived at? And maybe to explain the expense, the Sacco runs under an IT system, core banking system that was deployed or installed a while back. I can't remember the exact year. 2018, yes. So it's been running, and whenever the vendor gives you a system, they give you a timeline for which you can use that system. They continue upgrading and coming up with new releases. But as Kingdom Sacco, we've just been running on that platform. So we are projecting by 2028, the vendor, in this case, Microsoft, will not be supporting that system. So what they do is they tell you, you need to migrate to a newer system. So there have been discussions with them, and that's from those discussions, we project to spend an amount roughly around that to acquire a new system, as well as to migrate the data that is contained in the current system into that, as well as connect the different integrations, like for instance, when you're buying airtime, when you're buying, when you're depositing money to M-Pesa and so on, to point into that new system. So that is what we project to do in 2026, and from that, we've computed that and come up with that budget. It's a proposal, it's a budget. We expect to spend probably not more than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. And just to add is that a 2027 budget, we will now have more refined figures as we come to the next year's ADM. So we will, that column for 2027 will be refined based on the fact that now we have much more specific figures. So the figures that are more specific now are 2026. 2026, the basis is clear. 2027, there will be a bit of refining as we approach 2027, once we have established the specifics. Yeah, but I think, Lankisa, we also get the feedback that's coming from you about ensuring that the programs planned for, as much as possible, we are implementing them within the year. Outside of the fact that budget has not been spent, it means if we plan to do X, Y, Z, then we should ensure as much as possible we keep within the plan. Yeah, I can see you have something else to add.
Talk about the issues of programs, but I think there's something we emphasized also last year, and I thank God because of the Patron office, especially the introduction of the ambassadors and the Patrons associates. Yes, last year we noted something about our strength as Kingdom Sacco, and we talk about our strength as churches. If we can increase programs, more programs geared towards the church, and with the help of the ambassadors, the associate patrons, I think we can increase the portfolio of membership and also increase the portfolio of income. And so, if possible, I don't know whether when the Sacco is, this program may not be implemented, but I agree with you totally about on budget. We spend what we have received. Is it possible sometimes to divert a program to another better, a program which we can feel like it can help us gain? That's my question, especially on the area of the church. Of course, me, I will always talk about church last year, even about how the church can benefit in terms of interest and all that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pastor Lankisa, for that. And I think we take the feedback. Yes, that, and I think your second point is our agility to change programs and allocate resources from one program to another, if that is deemed fit, and if we need to even engage the delegates, that we need to be agile enough to allocate resources from one program to another, if that is deemed fit, so that then there is progress. And I think to your second point, which I think it's been clear, is about the direction on the churches and how we can partner effectively to bring out the outcome that we need. I know that has been spoken up about early in the morning today, so feedback taken. Great. Any other questions around the budget? Yes, I think, let's give another set of questions. Hopefully then we can conclude. So,
my name is Jacob, number 00, member number 008416. My question is based on the projection. Is there a trend or a model that is available when you are working on this? Because times like now, there is issues of oil, prices will go up, and maybe you never projected that, or you can project it, since you say that you can be able to adjust all that. So what are in consideration in terms of the trend or the modest when you are coming up with this projected budget?
Okay, all right. Thank you, Jacob. Any other? All right. Maybe that's the last question. I'm still going to give it to the treasurer as the last question. And I also, Esther, I think you can also come in there. Both of you can give a comment around that issue of the budget and the model.
Thank you for that question. I think it's quite appropriate because when you're doing budgeting, it's very important to be aware of the macroeconomic factors that eventually speak into the budget. And I think as the treasurer was talking in the morning, there's already consideration that come in place. Of course, these things keep changing. Like the war that is currently ongoing probably was not factored in. But in the long run, those are considerations that I think, and I know the finance team really put into consideration when you're budgeting. But I will allow the treasurer to add more to it. Thank you.
Thanks, Esther. I think you have actually nailed it. And something that the chair had alluded to, in coming up with a budget, we consider the previous strengths and the projection of incomes, and also, those are the key things that we consider. And also we must understand that Sacco is very different from a bank, even as we come with projections, because we can only project on members. We can't project on people out there who are not members to bring income. For example, like Equity Bank or another bank, our members, our friends here from Family Bank, they can send people to walk in the streets to get loans and whatever, but we lend to our members. So if you are a member, you have 500,000 shillings you have saved, And we project that all those people who have 500,000 shillings might borrow in the year 2026. Then for whatever reason you have made a decision as a family not to borrow. You see, we had made a projection with you, but you have not borrowed. So we come here and now we say our projection was 354, but we have achieved 292. But that doesn't stop us from making a more or of a projection. And as rightly observed, sir, that our projection this time was a bit conservative. It was a bit conservative, taking in light of the fact of the issues about the wars, and also that we are going to an election year. So even 2027 is largely also conservative, and but we hope that the members shall not be affected negatively. Thank you.
All right. So thank you, delegates, for that, and those were very important and valid questions that we needed to give feedback. So I think we can have somebody to propose and somebody to second the budget. I think we hadn't done that for the budget. Yeah. Boaz.
Member 5332, I propose.
Thank you, Boaz. Somebody to second that.
Janice Ochieng, member 3367.
Thank you, Mr. Ochieng. Thank you for that. Very good. So I think now we go to the resolutions, which is the paper in green. So the first resolution is on board indemnity. The board recommends indemnity by each member of the board of Kenya shillings 500,000. So this is for as required, we need to have an indemnity where each or board members should compensate the institution in case of decisions that are not appropriate. So that is basically a legal issue. We should have it every year. So this year we have proposed to maintain it at still the 500,000 as proposed. The second resolution, let me read all of them, then we can adopt them individually. The other one is on borrowing powers, which is in two sections. The board recommends approval of a resolution providing that external borrowing by Kingdom Sacco shall not exceed 25% of the society's total assets unless the limit has been waived by the Sacco Society's regulatory authority. This limit is and shall remain consistent with the provision of the Sacco Society's regulation on external borrowing for deposit-taking SACCOs. This is to mean in case we are to borrow from other lenders as Kingdom Sacco, we are asking for the delegates to allow us to borrow up to the limit that has been set by SASRA. And the limit set by SASRA is 25% of total assets. As of now, our borrowing is not much, and I think you can see it from the financial statements, is what we have borrowed from Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. So part B of the same resolution, the board recommends approval of a resolution for the creation of charges or securities over the SACCO's loan portfolio as may be required to ensure funding from the Kenya Mortgage Finance Company and to execute all necessary documents to give effect thereto. What we mean here is as we get external funding from Kenya Mortgage Finance Company to be able to extend loans to our members at a cheaper rate of 9% in terms of mortgages. We get money from Kenya Mortgage Finance Company. We lend to our members at a cheaper rate. But Kenya Mortgage Finance Company requires us to securitize the money, the borrowing they give us, by saying we have this equivalent number of loans, you can take them as security. In case we as Kingdom Sacco do not pay you, this is like the security. So just the way we securitize your loans, the same thing, they are looking at our loan portfolio. But now they will not be asking our members the documentation. They will be asking us as Kingdom Sacco. So this is just a resolution required by this. Kenya Mortgage Finance Company is an institution established through the government of Kenya and other partners like IFC to facilitate affordable housing. So the resolution is to say that we as Kingdom Sacco delegates allow loan portfolio of Kingdom Sacco to be used to securitize the borrowing we have with Kenya Mortgage Finance Company. And the issue is just the procedural way of saying they are holding some security. And holding security means in case for some reason the SACCO is not able to pay them, the repayments from members go directly to them, or go to Kingdom Sacco and then they go to them. It is not that they will come directly to you as a member who has borrowed money from Kenya Mortgage Finance Company. So basically I think that is, I hope I have explained it clearly, the issue about Kenya Mortgage Finance Company. This is something that is, every SACCO that is getting money from KMRC, they are going through the same process, and not just SACCOs, but also interested banks who are interested in the same arrangement, or let me say financial institutions that are doing the same. So that is just, the reason why we have brought it up this way is something that KMRC themselves want us to have that as a resolution. And I think it's something that you will see even in other main SACCOs that are already accessing these funds from KMRC. The third resolution is about payment of interest on deposits, dividends, and honoraria. So the board recommends payments of interest on deposits of Kenya shillings 104,305,702, and dividends of Kenya shillings 16,078,030, and honoraria of Kenya shillings 3 million. So the interest on deposits is, the board proposes interest on deposits at, I think if you look at your financial statements on page 3, the rate we are proposing for interest on deposits is 8%, up from last year of 7.5%. So we're moving from 7.5% to 8% in terms of interest on deposits. And then for dividends is from last year we did 11%, and current year we are going to do 12%. That is what is proposal. So, and if you have looked at the trend, our trend is to grow this systematically and sustainably. We grow the returns to our members in a sustainable way, so that then we are able to ensure that members get good returns, but also in a way that sustains the SACCO, managing its liquidity and everything. That's why, if you look at the last few years, we have been on an upward trend, but gradually in a manner that we can sustain. So this year we have moved from 7.5% to 8% on interest on deposits, and for dividends from 11% to 12%. Then the last resolution is on appointment of auditors. The Sacco's external auditors, Wawero Mwangi and Associates, certified public accountants of Kenya, have expressed their willingness to continue in office in accordance with Section 719, 1 and 2 of the Companies Act, and under the terms of Section 25(4) of the Cooperative Societies Amendment Act number 2 of 2005. The board recommends retention of the current auditors, having served their first year successfully. So these auditors were appointed for the first time last year, 2024, and if you remember, so we as a board, we are recommending that they continue for the second year in office so that they continue doing the work that they are doing. So those are the 4 resolutions. I think before I take the confirmation of the resolutions, just to find out whether there is any questions on any of the resolutions, any clarification on any of the 4. All right. If there is none, then I think we can propose. I think it's required that we do for each of them. So on the board indemnity, let's have a proposer and a seconder for them. Board indemnity, that's the first one.
Mary Gushu, member number 109, I propose.
Thank you, Mary. That's one of our members from long-serving member. Who is here for. She doesn't live here. She lives in the U.S. But it happened that during this ADM she's around. So Mary, we thank you for having time to be here during when you are around. We really appreciate you being together with us. So somebody to second.
Magdalene Kenyanjui, member number 13679, I second.
Thank you, Magdalene Kenyanjui. Thank you for that. So board indemnity is done. So then we can go to the borrowing powers. You give us the authority to borrow when we need in order to serve the members better.
I am Duncan Mwanzia, member number 9778. I propose.
Thank you, Duncan. Thank you, Duncan, for that. Thank you, Duncan. Somebody to second.
Wycliffe Matongo, member 373. I second.
Thank you, Wycliffe. Thank you, Wycliffe. Thank you, Wycliffe. Interest on deposits, dividends, and honoraria. This one, interest, we want to pay our members interest on their deposits and dividends. Yeah.
Charity Dirango, member number 2465, I propose.
Thank you, Janet Dirango. Thank you. Somebody to second that.
Virginia Gitonga, member number 79, I second.
Come again, member number 79?
Virginia Gitonga.
Virginia Gitonga, thank you very much. One of the oldest members, thank you, Virginia. All right, so then we go to the last one, appointment of auditors. Let's have a proposer.
Member number 4381, Jadida Geshen,
I propose.
Thank you. Member number 4381. Thank you very much.
Janet Maina, 481, I second.
Thank you, Janet. Thank you, Janet, for seconding that. I think that is very good. Thank you, members, for the resolutions. We will go to the next session, where we're going to just go through the minutes of the previous ADM. In brief, I'm going to invite Magdalene Godho, our Home Secretary, to present to us that. And then after that, after Magdalene finishes, we will go to the point of the elections, where I will invite Dr. Marion Warigia, who is the chair of the nominating committee, to come and present the report of the nominating team. That is by Dr. Warigia. And then we'll have the privilege of having the Ministry of Cooperatives team to have their remarks and also facilitate the elections of board members. I think we'll invite them once that time comes, but for now I think we go to the minutes. Welcome, Magdalene.
The Patron, the chair of the board, board members, delegates, esteemed guests and delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I know we are seated for a long time, so I'll ask us to engage. It's really wonderful to be here and to be able to even go through this session. As we go through the minutes of what happened in our last ADM, I want us to be very engaged because you have the booklet, yeah? So let's just go through it quickly. I will not read. We will just go through the whole write-up and just confirm that that is what we discussed as delegates who are present. So minutes, they are from page 26. These are the minutes of the 26th annual delegates meeting, which was held on 22nd February last year at Sports View Hotel. So we have a list of the members of the board, plus the supervisory, the delegates who are physically present, and those ones who are online. Then we have a list of those in attendance. Any person who is not a member of the Sacco and is not a member of the delegates is listed there. And we have a list of the 11 different categories of individuals or groups who are in attendance. We have also a summary of the agenda that we discussed during the meeting. Page 27, we have the preliminaries and went to the minute number 1. After that, we had the report from the general manager then, who was acting as the CEO. He took us through the economic and the political and market conditions that were prevailing then, and then took us through the Kingdom Sacco performance for the year. In the performance, we looked at the revenues, which saw how the members grew, the membership, the gross loans, deposits, and the asset base, basically like what we did today. Then we went to the key highlights for the year 2024, which were members were to engage in various forums. We had member engagements in various forums, including house leaders, youth, investor, which enhanced financial literacy and other participation, active participation. So we had another highlight on the technology enhancements that had taken place. There was branch improvements which had also taken place in Naivasha and Nakuru office. There was human resources department which was established, And then the Kingdom Sacco participated in various CSR initiatives, affirming its commitment to the community impact agenda. And then operations efficiency were attained by the removal of monthly service fees and loan top-up charges, reducing our financial costs for our members. So he then looked at the strategic focus for 2025, which was enhancing customer experience, introduction of new products, which included a Boda Boda Assets Finance Loan, and then business, next page, business growth and market expansion through a dynamic marketing approach was going to be undertaken. There was also a focus on technology and digitization through investment in loan organizations outflow, the CRM, which is the credit what? CRM, credit, imenipotea. Credit Reference Bureau, data analytics and Chama, Kanisa apps, mobile banking enhancement, and enhanced security monitoring solutions to provide members with more secure and efficient financial solutions. So the other strategic focus was strategic partnership with KMRC and other organizations to enhance access affordable funding for own lending to members. So our second minute was a report from the Supervisory Committee. This was presented by Mr. Ben Ogutu, the chair, and he focused on the corporate governance, management, and administration, where he stressed, he acknowledged the strong and collaborative relationship between the management and the board, which had enabled the Sacco to define clear processes and work efficiently towards the strategic goals. The other focus was on the finances and the financial statements that were presented in the meeting. He assured the ADM that the Sacco's financial statements were sound and had been duly reviewed by the auditors. He confirmed that financial reports complied with the Ministry of Cooperatives requirements, particularly regarding the payment of dividends. He further acknowledged that the Sacco had made significant progress in automation, which had enhanced service delivery by making additional financial services readily accessible to members without the need for physical visits to the office. He encouraged members to take up full advantage of the wide range of products and services available to them. So on compliance, he reported that the Sacco had maintained strong regulatory compliance, ensuring adherence to oversight requirements. He acknowledged that the non-performing loans levels remained above the recommended thresholds, but assured the delegates that measures were in place to reduce them to manageable levels. So, yeah, the report was proposed and adopted by the members that are listed there. And then we had questions and responses. We had a question from member Sandra Kanyoro, who inquired about the availability of capacity building and financial literacy programs for members, particularly in business sector. And there was a response that targeted member trainings had been planned for in 2025 with quarterly assessment to be determined to determine training needs and effectiveness. I'm sure we've heard about the reports on that. So the other minute, number 3, was on the report of the chairman. So the chairman, on addressing the ADM, he acknowledged the quorum had been met, and it was within the 95% of the invited delegates in attendance. He proceeded to introduce the directors, board directors, who had served in the year 2024 noting that one member was absent due to being out of the country. So the key highlights of that report in 2024 was one, on financial performance. He reported that Kingdom Sacco had remained resilient in 2024 by adjusting tariffs to align to the market realities, offering financial reprieves to members facing economic challenges, expanding digital marketing, and strengthening partnership to improve service delivery. He pointed out that the Sacco delivered a commendable performance, remaining steadfast in providing financial services to our members. So there was another highlight on affordable housing initiative. He noted that there was a maximum loan limit for such loans had increased from 4 million to 6 million. On risk-based pricing model, a credit scoring system had been introduced to determine the loan interest based on members' repayment history and financial behavior. The scoring system rewards members with high credit scores with lower interest rates, while those deemed riskier are assigned higher rates. So on loan recovery measures, he addressed to address the high non-performance of non-performing loans, the board empowered management to intensify the loan recovery efforts by engaging 5 additional auctioneers and debt collectors. Number 5, strategic land partnership. The Sacco partnership with the Mensa Investment enabled over 100 members to acquire land in prime locations, which included Kitengela, Naivasha, Malindi, and Komahil. So on the Chief Executive Officer resignation, he informed the delegates that following the resignation of the CEO, the then CEO, the board prioritized stabilization of the business continuity under the leadership of the general manager. He assured members that the board was actively recruiting a new CEO, focusing on strategic and visionary leader to drive long-term growth and stability. So he then went to the board and supervisory committees. He announced the following members had completed their terms and being eligible had offered themselves for re-elections. The members of the board were Meshach Ndegwa, Solomon Thuo, and Rosebel Nyawera, and one member from the supervisory committee, Mr. Ben Ogutu. So strategic focus for 2025 was also presented. One was on membership growth, so that we strengthening members' recruitment and engagement strategies, technology and data analytics, that's leveraging data analytics for informed decision-making and improved efficiency. Another focus was on product and service diversification. The other one was on strategic partnerships, which means collaborating with institutions to empower members and offer cost-effective financial solutions. And then operational efficiency and governance, investing in staff development to enhance service delivery and governance. He also discussed financial sustainability, strengthening the Sacco's financial foundation to ensure long-term sustainability and resilience. So in conclusion, he expressed his appreciation to the Sacco staff, the Patron, and fellow directors, business partners, SASRA, and the Ministry of Cooperatives for their continued support and contribution to the Sacco growth. So the report was adopted by the member, Jane Muthoni, and seconded by Moses Munyi, after which the delegates were invited to provide comments and ask questions. So we had questions and the responses were provided. So the first question we had was on loan pricing and provisioning. There was a Mr. Member Delegate Edward inquired about the new loan pricing structure, why loan provisioning had increased despite onboarding auctioneers. And the response from the chairman explained that the loan pricing is now based on a risk-based model, where the members with high credit scores receive lower interest, as low as 12%, while those who are deemed to be riskier are charged a higher interest. And then with the KMRC financing on housing mortgage, loans would have an interest of approximately 9%. So the treasurer also clarified that the allocated loan provisioning had actually decreased from 41.7 million in 2023 to 38 million in 2024, indicating an improvement in the loan performance. So the other question was on housing strategy and loan products. Mr. Peter Kingori inquired about the SACCO's housing model strategies and their performance, noting that it is not included in the chairman's report. He also pointed out that 8 loan products balances had been dropped and emphasized that there's a need for more member education to encourage uptake of various products. Okay. I've been redirected, so we'll move a bit faster. So we just look at the headers as we continue. So you have the housing strategy and loan products. Then we go to the next page. We have the loan repayment dates. There was a question on that. There was also a question on education and affordable housing. Another question on rent to own model and member communication. And then there's loan interest adjustments and SACCO presentation and staff loan management. So we continued. We had a few more questions on the SACCO stability amid the transition, the youth representation and technology challenges, house groups and churches, church-based marketing and external funders partnerships. The other one was on encouraging pastors to promote SACCO membership, which was a comment, and security requirements for property purchases. So the other minute was on the treasurer, a report from the treasurer. That was minute number 4. The treasurer went through the economic environment of 2024 and then highlighted on the performance of the SACCO, providing performance of the SACCO in the year 2024. And finally, also the treasurer concluded her report by acknowledging the presence of the external auditors who were in attendance in the meeting and invited them to provide, to make their statement. So the auditors also provided their report, and there were representatives from Henry, Smith, and Wilson. The audit report was signed by CPA Wilson Mutero, and then the adoption of the comments comments on the treasurer's report. The report was adopted by the member details provided there, the proposer and the seconder, and then the delegates also had an opportunity to ask questions and provide feedback on the treasurer's report and the audited financial statements. Minute number 5, there was a presentation of the budget and the projections for 2026. This was done by the treasurer, and then the presentation was to focus on members' mobilization. The budget projections on incomes were as enumerated there, and then she explained on the loan loss provisioning that had been provided, as per the requirements by SASTRA. And then also the capital budget's presentation was given. The report was proposed, or the budget was proposed by the individuals mentioned there who are members of the delegate meeting. So we had the resolution as our minute number 6, and these resolutions were in the following areas. They were the board indemnity, the borrowing powers, and payment of interest on dividends and deposits and honoraria. Then there was also the appointment of auditors, and the 5th resolution was on establishment of Kingdom Sacco Foundation. So finally, the next minute was minute number 7, which was the confirmation of the minutes and the updates on the matters arising on the 25th annual general meeting, delegates meeting, which had been held on 9th of March, 2024. This was presented by the secretary, and the minutes were proposed and seconded. We also had a minute on number 6 on resolutions or on elections. It should be the elections. Yeah. So this was done by the nominating committee, and the members who had completed their terms had offered themselves for re-elections. These were Meshach Ndegwa, Rosebel Nyawera, Solomon Thuo, and Benson Ogutu. So the nominating committee chair further informed the delegates that a call for application had been sent out for vacant board positions, and applications were received and vetted and were and with the selected candidates found to be competent and suitable to serve the SACCO. So we also had the ministry representative, Ms. Elizabeth Wamboi Kinuthia from Ruiru Sub-County Office, facilitating the election process, representing the qualifications. She presented the qualifications of the vetted candidates to the delegates of each of those people, the 4, and then the following were appointed. Appointments were duly proposed and seconded. So the board members, Meshach, Ndegwa, Rosebel Nyawera, and Solomon Thuo, were all proposed and seconded. And then the supervisory committee member, Benson Ogutu, was also proposed and seconded. And there were no objections, and the elected members were duly confirmed, and the elections process was concluded. Minute number 9, we had the remarks from the Ministry of the Cooperative representative, Mr. Stephen Mwangi, who came from the Kiambu County office, and he gave us a few points there. And we had just one item to respond to, which was addressed during the meeting. That was on the share capital concern, which had been raised by Mr. Stephen. So, on other matters, minute number 10, we recognized the best performance. The general manager presented a list of the outstanding members for that 2024, recognizing their achievements in the various categories, and the Patron presented the gifts to the awardees in appreciation of their exceptional performance. And then there was the launch of the Boda Boda Asset Finance Loan product that was done. And then the meeting was adjourned, there being no further business, at 3:20 p.m. It has been signed by the minutes were signed by the chair and the secretary. Those were the minutes of the last ADM. And having gone through that, I will request for a proposer and a seconder for the same. Before the discussion, we can only discuss after we have proposed and seconded. Okay. All right. Yeah, we need to adopt so that we can correct it. If there's a correction, then we need to adopt first. So we have a proposer and a seconder, and then we can discuss the issues or the matters arising, because there were a few number of issues that had arisen, and we will address them in the meeting. So kindly, can I have a proposer and a seconder?
John Kenodia, member 5259, I propose.
Thank you very much, Mr. John Kenodia.
Eunice Minor, member number 2182, I second.
Eunice Minor, thank you very much. Now that we have proposed and seconded, we can go ahead and discuss, and I will give the delegate an opportunity.
NS, member 3367. I don't know whether it's a typing error or it's just intentional, because in minute 7, minute 6 has been repeated. So after minute 7, then minute 6, and we don't see minute 8. I don't know whether you have recognized, you have seen that.
I can see that's an error, so that should be minute number 8. Because after that we have minute number 9, and we will correct that as part of it will be recorded in the next, in the write-up on the matters that were raised on the floor. Thank you very much for noting that. So it's minute number 8. Thank you for that correction. So on the matters arising on those minutes, we had, looking at the ADM, I would just like to respond on matters arising on those minutes. We had one matter that had been raised on the loan repayment date by members. So the member loan repayment dates, that there was a question on why it's lying between the 1st to the 25th and not as up to the end of the month. And this is what we are responding to from the management. It says we received loans, repayment dates are allowed to the 28th of the month to increase for flexibility and allow for the last 2 days for collection by the management, and the members can choose to repay loans within 45 days. So you can choose up to 28th of the day and not up to the 31st, so that the management has the 2 days to finalize the reports for that particular month. The other matter that was arising was on the rent-to-own housing model product. So the Sacco will require to access long-term funding. The response is that the Sacco will require to access long-term funding specifically for this purpose in order to offer such a product. Currently, this is also being pursued, even as you've heard about our desire to engage with other partners so that we're able to offer these long-term loans. The other matter that we were supposed to respond to was the Sacco expansion plans inquiry for more visibility in Nairobi. There was a question on opening other branches within Nairobi. So we have a budget item that has been set up, and we have a budget item set up to set up an office in the CBD in 2026. On pay bill charges, one of the delegates wanted to know were these charges renegotiated for more favorable rates, and our response is that the pay bill charges on customer M-Pesa wallets are standardized fees and charged by Safaricom across board. So we have not included any other premiums on those fees. The other issue that we are responding to was we were to kindly address the youth representation in the ADMs. The delegate noted that there were few, so the response is that we increased the number of youth delegates in this particular ADM to 12 members. So those are the matters that were arising from the minutes that we had last year. So I think I'm done. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Kindly let's stand up and stretch, then we get seated. Yeah, let's stretch. So let's breathe in. Everyone, let's stand up. Breathe in. Hold it for a minute. Breathe out. Again, breathe in. Breathe out. Let's get seated. Thank you. So, my name is Dr. Marion. I am the acting chair for the nominating committee. And before I present the nominating team report, I would wish to request the members to rise up so that I can introduce them. So we are not only two. I'll first introduce Bishop Leonard Kahinga. He's the one you can see. Thank you very much, Bishop. We also have Pastor Nicholas Mwaura, who is meeting with us online for this ADM, and that's why he's not here present with us, and then myself. So in executing our mandate, we also always have a member of the representative from the Ministries of Cooperatives, and this time we had Miss Ruth Nyoro, who is right there. So she was also together with us. So this report that I'm going to present is a part of what we all did together. So I'll go straight to our report. On behalf of the nominating team, I am pleased to present this report to this 27th annual delegates meeting. And the team, as I've just said, comprised of 4 distinguished members. That is myself, I chaired the committee, and Mr. Nicholas Mwaura, Bishop Leonard Kahinga, and Ms. Ruth Nyoro from the Ministry of Cooperatives. I truly appreciate this team for their great support and collaboration in discharging our mandate. And what is our mandate as the nominating committee? We are mandated under the Sacco's bylaws to receive applications from interested and qualified members, conduct a fair and transparent vetting process, and present to the annual delegates meeting the candidates who qualify for elections to the Board of Directors and Supervisory Committee. And in executing this responsibility, we remained guided by the principles of integrity, fairness, competence, transparency, and commitment to the vision and mission of Kingdom Sacco. The applications that we received, the notice was sent out, and we received the following application from the members. For the Board of Directors, we received 4 applications, one from Mr. Gerard Mira Kareithi, number 2, Catherine Wanjiko Thuo, number 3, Francis Kamudia Angaine, who was seeking re-election, and number 4, Samuel Waweru Donye. And for the Supervisory Committee, we had Winnie Wamboi Muchoki. We did the vetting process where, following the official call and receiving these applications, we were able to meet as a team, and we were able to invite the applicants to participate in a structured vetting session, which we conducted. And this vetting process focused on assessing both professional competence, personal integrity also, recognizing that leadership of a financial cooperative institution like Kingdom Sacco requires individuals who possess not only technical skills, but also strong ethical character and stewardship. So each of the candidates was evaluated based on the following areas. Number 1, professional skills, competence, and experience. Number 2, leadership capability and contribution to organizational development. Number 3, interpersonal and teamwork skills. Number 4, strategic vision for the Sacco. Number 5, understanding of Sacco governance and regulatory framework. Number 6, integrity, spiritual values, and stewardship. The outcome of the vetting process is where we were able to listen to the candidate and reviewed how they performed, and we recommended the following candidates who were able to meet the competency, governance, and integrity thresholds that were required and set out for Kingdom Sacco. And these are Gerard Mira Kareithi, Catherine Wanjiko Thuo, and Francis Kamudia Againe. These 3 members, they demonstrated strong professional competences, leadership experience, strategic insight, and commitment to the mission and values of Kingdom Sacco. And we are recommending them for election to the Board of Directors. Then for the Supervisory Committee, we had Winnie Waboi Muchoki, who demonstrated relevant professional expertise, particularly in accounting and financial oversight, which will ultimately strengthen the Supervisory Committee's role in safeguarding the Sacco's governance and accountability framework. So we had 1 applicant whom we are not recommending. That is, after careful consideration, the committee noted that Mr. Samuel Waweru Donye, though a very strong candidate, he did not meet certain eligibility thresholds that are required under the Sacco's qualification criteria, and therefore we are not recommending him for nomination for elections today. In terms of competence and ethical leadership, we, the delegates, we totally agree with the nominating team that the leadership entrusted with the governance of Kingdom Sacco carries significant responsibility. And therefore, the board and supervisory committee members who serve, they serve as custodians of members' resources. They are expected to provide prudent oversight, strategic guidance, and accountability. And the continued growth and stability of the Sacco depends on electing leaders who demonstrate professional competence and relevant experience, integrity and ethical leadership, commitment to teamwork and good governance, strategic vision for the Sacco's growth, faithful stewardship, which is aligned to the values upon which Kingdom Sacco is founded. We present to this ADM, as the nominating team, we present the above qualified candidates to this 27th annual delegates meeting for consideration and election in accordance with the Sacco's bylaws. We trust that these delegates will, that you, the delegates, will responsibly exercise the mandate of electing leaders who will continue to guide Kingdom Sacco towards greater impact, financial strength, and service to its members. Finally, we, the committee, appreciate all applicants who expressed willingness to serve the Kingdom Sacco leadership, either under the board or the supervisory committee. We also thank you, the delegates and members, for your continued commitment to the governance and growth of the Kingdom Sacco. Our prayer is that God will continue to guide and bless Kingdom Sacco as we faithfully steward the resources entrusted to us. And at this point, I would wish to invite Madam Ruth Nyoro so that she can preside over the election process. Thank you, and welcome, Madam Ruth.
Chairperson, directors, delegates, and all invited guests. Good afternoon. Okay. Following the nomination exercise that was conducted in accordance with the SACCO's bylaws and cooperative governance framework, several applicants applied, expressed interest, and successfully went through the nomination process for the respective leadership positions. So my role this afternoon is to briefly present the nominees who qualified for at the nomination level. And actually, I'm also going to present their profiles. Allow me briefly. When we talk of board positions, we had 4 applications, 3 met the criteria. So allow me, Mr. Chair, to present them in front of this organ. One, we have Gerard Kareithi Mira, who is a transformational leader with over 20 years of experience in governance and strategic management and public service. He is a holder of a Bachelor of Arts from Moi University and a Master's of Science in Entrepreneurship from JKUAT. So he brings strong skills in strategic planning, governance, and also risk management, resource mobilization, and ethical leadership. Then we have Catherine Wanjiko Thuo, who has an experience of over 10 years. She holds an MBA from UCU and a higher diploma in human resource management and a Bachelor of Education from Kenyatta University. So her expertise spans policy formulation and human resource frameworks, strategic leadership, and community mobilization. Candidate number 3 was Francis Kamundia Angaine, who is a senior technology executive with over 18 years of experience, leading digital transformation, enterprise architecture, and IT governance across major organizations in the financial services, energy, telecommunications, and technology sectors. He brings proven experience in strategy execution, innovation, risk management, stakeholder engagement, and enterprise level governance. Then we have supervisory committee position. We had Winnie Wamboi Mushoki, a diligent and detailed-oriented financial accountant with over 8 years of experience in financial reporting, compliance, project accounting, and administrative support. She holds an MBA, Bachelor of Commerce, from Catholic University. She is also a CPA Section 6 finalist. With her experience, she will be able to facilitate this cooperative. She has strong financial controls and data accuracy, making her well suited for oversight and compliance responsibilities required in the supervisory committee. Members and our delegates, actually this is for your information, our delegates, because of the forthcoming ratification process, as provided in the bylaws and SACCO's governance framework. So allow me, members, and our chair, and our delegates, to present them for ratification. And also, I will request them to come forward so that at least our members will see them and they will be able to take the next decision. We have Gerard Kareithi Mira. Kindly come forward. Catherine Wanjiko Thuo. Francis Kamundia Angaine. They were nominated for the board positions. And also we have our supervisory committee member, Winnie Wamboi Mushoki. So we are presenting them, Mr. Chair, in this ADM for ratification. So the decision lies with our delegates for ratification. In case you ratify them, we request for a proposer and a seconder for the same. So we are requesting for a proposer and a seconder for each candidate. We start with our board of directors. Gerard Kareithi Mira. Yes? You are proposing? Okay. Proposing who? Gerard.
Proposing the one you have mentioned, Gerard. Yeah.
Oh, Gerard Kareithi Mira.
Yes.
Where are you? Oh, he is here?
Yes.
So, the name of the proposer?
Janice Ochieng, member number 3367.
Higher seconder. Who will second Gerard?
My name is Jeremiah Ndika, member number 11854. I second.
Thank you. Gerard is already ratified. So we go to Catherine Wanjiko Thuo. Proposer, yes?
I wish to propose Catherine Thuo. My name is Fred Osore, member number 1855.
Thank you, Fred. Seconder?
Joyce Wairimudhu, I propose Catherine Thuo. No, sorry, I second.
So it's a coincidence. Thank you. Number 3, Francis Kamundia Angaine. Francis Kamundia Angaine, proposer.
I'm Nancy Kamodo, member number 943. I propose Kamundi.
Higher seconder.
I can second Hezron Kanyare, member number 5887. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we go to the supervisory committee applicant, Madam Winnie Wamboi Mushoki.
My name's John Jeffer. I propose.
Member number?
001-032-10-2.
Seconder?
Maureen Wamboi, member number 7048. I second.
Okay, members, thank you so much for that process. But the procedure is also, after ratification now, you will allow me, before we go to the next step, at least we invite the newly confirmed candidates, just to invite maybe 2 of them, or maybe 3 of them, because of the interest of time. Allow me to invite Gerard Kareithi Mira to make just a 1-minute speech to tell us now, this is the year 2026, what different he will do to enable us to move from our level to the next level. Welcome, Mr. Gerard Kareithi Mira.
Thank you. That was a good ambush. So our patron, the board, our visitors and honorable delegates, good afternoon. Thank you. I've been in this board before. I'm a founder member. I'm member number 45. And I served in the board of Kingdom Sacco for 11 years, several positions, but I retired in 2011. So now I'm back. I know a lot have changed. Many things are in place which were not there. When I went away, I went back to school. I went back to serve the public in other big professional bodies, and I bring a lot of experience, which I believe will change this circle. My aim is, in the next 3 years, having adopted the strategies which our patron talked here, we should double everything which was read here, including budgets, income, and I believe I will play a pivotal role in doing so. Thank you very much. Asante.
Thank you, Mr. Gerard Kareithi. Allow me now to invite our supervisory committee member, Winnie Wamboi Mushoki. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. All protocols observed. Thank you for the opportunity to serve in the supervisory committee. And I can assure you, we shall work in partnership with the existing supervisory committee members to keep the CEO and his team in check to ensure that he gives us the 3 million as he has promised. Thank you.
Okay, our delegates, also allow me to invite the outgoing board member. I can't remember his name. Fidelis Musyoka. Karibu sana.
So, good afternoon, delegates. As you have heard, my name is Fidelis Musyoka. I have served Kingdom Sacco for many years. I am a founder member, member number 70. I am humbled to have served in this, with this team. The reports that we have gone through is what we have done together. And I must appreciate that the uniqueness with Kingdom Sacco is the ability to hear the voice of God and do things in line with hearing where God wants us to go. And therefore, as I retire this particular day, I'm not retiring to go far, I'm retiring to continue working with the team to build Kingdom Sacco to higher levels. Because this is where my heart is, this is my bank, and together we will build it to higher heights. So thank you very much, and thank you for your cooperation for those years.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Musyoka, for representing the outgoing board members, and also Mr. Gerard Kareithi for representing the other committee members. So kindly, I request you now to take your seats. Thank you. And it's also good to mention that actually the board members, they are supposed to sit for a reconstitution meeting within 5 days. 5 to 7 days, they are supposed to sit for that meeting to organize their office. Thank you very much. As I make my final remarks, allow me, delegates, again to salute you this afternoon. Also allow me to commend on the Kingdom Sacco for tremendous growth. We have seen it in figures, and also attaining an asset base of over 2 billion. It is not a small milestone. So this one is reflected by our members, and also maybe collective leadership and our management at large, including our staffs. Actually, you delegates, the responsibility is placed on your shoulders, then it is very significant. So what we say in cooperatives, they are just organic beings. They are member-based organizations. They are supposed to thrive automatically. You know, they are supposed to thrive through our members and also enhancing our livelihoods through our communities. So actually, this is a savings and credit cooperative, which is our primary objective. Though we have billions, I would also encourage our delegates to also encourage our members whom they represent here in this organ to even do more, to even save more, to even apply for their loans and to pay promptly. Because also we understand that actually the largest contributor to cooperatives, to SACCO's income, it is interest on loans. So it is for us delegates to encourage our members to pay their loans well, and also to have good plans. Also when they are taking their loans, to also avoid non-performing loans. Because actually when we have a cooperative with a high level of non-performing loans, we have ripple effects. We have, when we don't pay our loans very well, actually we attract provision for more provision for bad debts. And when we provide for more, our profits will do what? Will run down. So let us encourage all our members and also for continued financial stability to enable our Kingdom Band to even make more billions. And it is very possible. And allow me to commend also again our staffs and all of you delegates and our stakeholders. Kindly, we emphasize strengthening of governance structures and also financial prudence and mitigation of risks. And also promoting our members' confidence. And also to encourage even to recruit more members so that we get good numbers. Now, because of the interest of time, allow me to usher in our Director, Kiambu County Cooperative Department, Madam Janet Devendo. Karibu sana, Madam Director. Have a blessed year 2026.
Good afternoon. Let's appreciate Ruth better. Thank you. Thank you, Ruth, for taking us through the election period. Thank you. Allow me to use the already established protocols. My name is Janet Devendo. I'm the County Director Cooperatives. I would like to briefly comment on what we do as the ministry. Ministry of Cooperatives in the county is fully devolved from the national government. We regulate all the cooperatives in the Kiambu County. So we ensure all the cooperatives comply with the acts under the cooperatives that are regulated. So for me now, it is a pleasure to join you today for the ADM. For the ADM today, it is a pleasure. Allow me to begin by, this mic is distracting me. Please stand. Thank you, thank you. That's a better way. Allow me to commend on the board of directors, led by the chairman, for the good work that you're doing to steer ahead the Sacco, the Kingdom Sacco. I'm particularly encouraged by the growth that I have seen from the
From the growth in membership, I've seen you have increased by 1,000, but you can still do better. Our delegates, when you go back to your zone, kindly also also encourage the members to bring more members on board so that we can be able to increase on our share capital and also on the growth. I've seen we have increased by 1,000, and also on the share capital, it has also grown. When the share capital grows, it's very important because it strengthens the financial base of the Sacco, is it? Yeah, so as the Sacco, I would also want to encourage you as the delegates, as you onboard more members, the share capital will also grow. Also, I've noted on the member deposit has grown from 1.47B to 1.64B. That is good. The loan portfolio has increased also from 1.9 to 2.2B. Let's appreciate ourselves. However, on the increase, on those great milestones, our NPL is still not doing very well. I have noticed that we have reduced from 21 to 15. However, the recommended is what percent? 5%. It is not only on the management, it is on all of us to ensure that we are paying our loans, is it? So let us work towards reducing the NPL from 15 to, let it come from you, to 5, is it? So you've had the Board of Management. Next year we are reporting 5. So we have we have work to do as the delegates. We encourage our members to pay up our loans and also for ourselves to pay up the loans to reduce the NPL. So also, I would also want to emphasize on strong governance, transparency, which is clearly being seen in Kingdom Sacco. So chairperson and the board, kindly continue on that. We are highly, as the cooperatives directorate, we really recommend on strong governance, because when the governance is strong, everything runs well in the Sacco. So we really encourage about governance and also transparency. Delegates, when you're called for trainings, please come. I heard you're called for training. Trainings you have the budget have been, there is budget for training. Please come for training. You need to know about how the Sacco is doing and also the performance of the Sacco. Come for training when you're called upon to come so that we can be able to move forward. You're the people representing the Sacco so that you can also pass the information to the member. I kindly encourage you. It's part of our pillar also in the ministry for education and training for the members and also for the committee. As I conclude, I congratulate the Kingdom Sacco for the progress made and encourage our members to continue supporting the Sacco so that it can achieve even greater success in the future. Thank you, and I wish you a fruitful year ahead. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Janet, for that. Another clap for Janet. Yes, so we are honored this time for having the Director of Cooperatives in the entire Kiambu County being with us in this ADM. I think it is, we appreciate that. And Ruth, thank you very much for bringing the director to us. And I think that's very good. I think before we go to the last section of gifts, which I want to bring in the CEO, I would like us to, I think there are some gifts for the outgoing board members, just a small token of appreciation. So if those gifts are here, I'll invite our... We have 3 members, that is Fidelis Musioka, Mercy Kimani, and Matilda. Matilda, I think I forgot to say that when I was giving my report. She's out of town. She's been following this meeting online because she's on a work assignment outside Nairobi. And Matilda has done a fantastic job in the supervisory committee alongside Ben and the rest of the team. So we really appreciate Matilda from wherever she is. So Matilda, I know you can hear us online. We really appreciate you. We thank you for the work you've done for the Sacco for the period that has been there. So I think I want to allow, let's start with the, I don't know who will pick the gift on behalf of Matilda. Esther. Yes, I think Esther, please come over. And I want to request, for these three gifts, I want to request the director to come over and hand over the gifts. Give her a clap. Don't go, madam. Don't go. All right. I think the second one is Mercy. And Mercy, I know Bidan is around, so he should be here as well. Yeah, Bidan, thank you very much for coming to escort your wife. So just wait. Yeah. Thank you. One more. Yeah, and the last one, Fidelis. So thank you very much. That's it. Thank you.
All right. I know right now I'm the one standing between you and the lunch. So we will try to make this very quick so that we can go and have our lunch, and because we've been seated for quite some time. So now we want to deal with the last segment, where we want to give also some gifts for our members. Our members who have done very well, performed very well in various categories. And we always make this a culture to appreciate our members, those who are performing very well, so that we encourage the rest of the members to also do what? Perform well, isn't it? Yeah. So, and we look at certain categories. There are certain categories where the same members are the ones always getting the award. Next time, let's make sure tuanyang'anya hiyo kikombe, si ndio? Yeah, so it's very important that every member puts in a lot of effort in patronizing our products and our services. And so I want to appreciate these members. So the first category is the most active use of mobile banking services. We have Dante Kinyozi. Dante Kinyozi is here. Even last year, karibu sana Dante. Last year he still got the same award. So sijui nani atamnyang'anya kikombe next time. Dante Kinyozi has been using our mobile app services very actively. I want to invite the patron. Want to invite the patron to come and issue the gifts. Want to invite the patron to come and issue the gifts to the members. Thank you, patron. Very good. So we also want to go to the next category, and that is the most active call call deposits account. This is an account where members are able to invest money with us, and we have members who are investing money with us very well. So that is the most active call account deposits. We have All Point Stores Limited, tuwapigia makofi. All Point Stores, karibu sana. Welcome, welcome, All Point. Just continue helping us with this. All Point Stores doing a very good job in terms of investing. Sorry, that was the category is most outstanding performance across financial services, not call account. Sorry for that. Most outstanding performance across financial products. They have used a lot of products that we are having, and we are really appreciating that. The most active call deposits is Priska Kanyuira. Priska Kanyuira, is she here? Priska Kanyuira, if you're here, karibu sana. Yes, for utilizing our call deposits and investing money with us here at Kingdom Sacco. Asante sana, Priska. Then the next category is best performing house. The best performing house. Allow me to do that at the end. Let me do that at the end. The next category is individual member deposits, BOSA. This is a member who has really put in a lot of savings and has really improved in putting in savings. And this is Elizabeth Njeri. Elizabeth Njeri, karibu sana. Elizabeth Njeri. Is she here? Is Elizabeth Njeri here? Okay. Elizabeth Njeri. Sorry? Your representative, okay, you can come, come, karibu sana. Representative mwambie tumeshukuru for giving us deposits, and really that is very good. So that is Elizabeth Njeri. She has also given us a very good testimonial. If you look at the booklet, she has given us a very good testimonial of her business and how it is doing well, courtesy of Kingdom Sacco. So mfikishie shukrani zetu sana. Then the next category is the most active KSA individual FOSA account, and this is Bernard Karanga. Bernard Karanga, is Bernard here? Bernard Karanga. Oh, he has left. Okay, Bernard has left. That's okay. We appreciate him. Then we have the corporate BOSA. This is the corporate that is doing good savings with the Sacco and has been very consistent. And this is a church that is called Stable Anchor Church, Ruiru Matangi. Karibu sana, Stable Anchor, Ruiru, for being very consistent in your savings as a church. Kwa hivyo makanisa pia wanaweka pesa, si ndio? Yes, thank you very much for doing a very good job in your savings. We have given several of these seats. This is just a demonstration. Hizo zingine ziko kanisani, nafikiri zitakaliwa kesho, si ndio? Na member na washirika. So asante sana. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Then we have, in terms of the corporate FOSA, this is for corporate FOSA transactional account, we have Neema Hospital. Neema Hospital, they're doing very well in terms of transactions in the FOSA. Their payments, the people are coming to the hospital, they're making them through Kingdom Sacco, and that is very good. They are using our short code, business short code for the payments, and we appreciate Neema Hospital for that beautiful, beautiful job that they have done. Then the next category is Best Referee. Best Referee category. We have Isaac Waweru. He's one of our brand ambassadors who is from Mombasa, Karibu. He has really done a good job referring members to the Sacco. And he's also an associate patron. And so we believe this year he's going to give us even more members. And those of us, the other brand ambassadors, let's also work hard and be able to bring more members to the Sacco. We will be recognizing those who are doing very well in that area. Then we have Youth Heritage account. The most active use of that account is Lucy. I think she's not here. Lucy Wanjiru Kinyanjui. She's not here. And then for the Master Junior account, we have Eric Irungu. Eric Irungu. Is Eric Irungu here? Or the parent, the Master Junior? This is the account for the children. So Eric Irungu has done a very good job in terms of saving. The parents have really helped in saving for the child, and we appreciate for that commitment. And we have accounts for children, so let's make sure that our children are saving, isn't it? Yes, let's save for our children for a rainy day. And then finally, we have the best performing house. The best performing house. The house structure in Kingdom Sacco is a very key structure, and we want to recognize houses that are performing well in managing the affairs of the house, in their loans, in their savings, and their paying of their loans. I think that is very good. So we have Beula House Group. The members, I think we have 3 members of Beula here, Karibuni. In total, there are 7 members, but 3 of them are here. Welcome very much, and we appreciate for the good job in managing your group and continuing to promote good group management within the Sacco. So karibuni sana. Yeah. So pass our regards to the other members of the group and tell them we appreciate for the good work. And all our groups, we want to encourage all our groups to really be very active. Let us be very active. Let us be very engaged within the Sacco. So thank you very much, Patron. We are done. So asanteni sana. Those are the awards, and we want to request our members. Next time, we want to have different people in different categories, because everyone is doing their best, isn't it? Everyone is doing their best, and we are going to be appreciating our members as they improve in our service uptake. So we have come to the close of our annual delegates meeting today, and we want to appreciate all of us for coming, all of us for making time to be here, and even sacrificing. We want to apologize. We have overshoot our time, but we want to appreciate all of us for the patience and for the sacrifice just to be here and to be able to conduct this annual delegates meeting. We want to really appreciate your presence. So as we close, we want to close with a word of prayer, and we want to welcome one of our pastors to be able to pray as we close. Bishop Samuel, karibu sana. Just come and close for us with a word of prayer. I know bishops would like to, so karibu.
Bwana asifiwe. Tusimame ili tuombe pamoja. We want to thank you, our God, for having given the vision, our patron, those years, 27 years, and now that is having many sons, that is commissioning into the ministry. We are believing in you that come 2026 or early 2027, the 3 billion will be attained, and all of us will double, even in numbers and in everything that we are going to do with the new management. Be with us as we close now, and may we come and enable us next year to come with a good report and expansion in all areas. Give us journey mercies, those who are going far, those who are remaining. Keep us alive until we meet again. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Asante sana. So we have lunch that is served at the restaurant. We'll be guided as you go out. I think there will be meal cards. Just pick them as we go. Asanteni, we wish you journey mercies as you go back to your homes. Those who are traveling, may you have good journey mercies. And see you again next time. Asanteni sana.